Bueno, en honor a los puntuales, vamos a empezar con el día de hoy, que es muy intenso. Tenemos temas muy súper interesantes. Esperen que llego a la página que corresponde. Tenemos, no sé si ya lo tenemos online, a Maxi Shankman, que es...
Online we have Maxi Shankman, that is the specialist in Fortinet, and she's from Argentina. Those of you perhaps know them, those in Argentina perhaps know them. The works in a company. She's in a Fortinet company in Argentina, but Fortinet is a company that provides infrastructure for cybersecurity. I know that some of you are specialists in cybersecurity, and Maxi has a presentation where he hopes to have interaction with you. So wake up, Maxi, are you there? Are you online, Maxi? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Hi, Maxi. Almost noon in Argentina. Thank you for being here with us. I already introduced you in the audience. If you want to look at Maxi's CV, it's published online because he kindly sent it. It's in Spanish, and he's going to talk about cybersecurity. And he has a balance between IA and automation. Maxi, welcome. We have an audience with in-person participants of all Latin America and virtual in Latin America and the different countries of the world, especially in the region. We have interpretation, so there's something I haven't said that the interpreters know, and I don't know if I said. So please don't talk too quickly so that they can follow the interpretation correctly. Maxi, welcome. And I don't know if you want to present from your computer. We also have your presentation here, but can we load the presentation? We will change the slides from here. Maybe I can share my screen. I understand. Balancing the scale with IA and automation. I don't know if it's you and them. You see a map where we have attacks all the time. Okay, welcome. Thank you, Olga. I want to thank the school for the invitation. Thank you, Olga, and all the authorities. As Olga was saying, my name is Maximiliano Scheikman. I am an engineer of cybersecurity for Fortinet. Fortinet is a company, a global company that sells equipment and technology for cybersecurity. And today we're going to talk a bit about artificial intelligence and what is the impact. What is this new paradigm of cybersecurity in the new era of artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence, at the end of the day, has come somehow to help people, but technology and infrastructure to improve and protect us from different attacks, and also, but on the other hand, to increase the risk level that exists in cybersecurity. It comes to democratize cybersecurity. And for anyone with artificial intelligence, it's a potential attacker and a potential defender of architecture. And cybersecurity comes to promote this path. As Fortinet, we have a Center for Cybersecurity. It's called FortiGuard. It's a specialist center that is constantly looking, as we can see in the screen, a map of attacks. So they are attacks that are occurring today, every minute, every second. Therefore, we have, as a company, we have the possibility of using our own sensors through agreements we have with organizations, countries, and customers that allow us to identify the attacks that are occurring globally, how they're coming, how, and we use it specifically to understand attack behavior, new campaigns, precisely to provide the Fortinet infrastructure of real-time protection level. So we have an attack campaign, we process it, we see what is the new mechanism of defense, and with this we provide our own architecture system with the necessary protection level. But among other things, what it allows us to do is to have a heat map of what is happening in terms of cybersecurity, specifically talking right now about Latin America. This is a short report that you can find in 40 guard labs, where every year we identify and create our reports on what we are looking in Fortinet globally in terms of amount of attacks, what are the campaigns, what changes we had in previous years in comparison to New Year's. This specific report is a 2024 report where we can see large attacks, a large amount of attacks. We have 446 million malicious activity against Latin America. We see the graph, and you can go in uh, you can go into each country, and you can see how we're doing in attacks and volumes. So this is a 2024 image that I wanted to compare to a 2025 image, and as you can see, there is an huge increase in the volumes of malicious activity that happened between 2024 and 2025. And this responds to that every day there's a bigger need to be connected. Every time we have more apps, everything is more digitized. Therefore, our attack surface increases constantly. Even companies are ever more interconnected. Every day, society accesses more documents and apps of public organizations themselves, and they are interconnected among them. So basically, the attack surface increases year by year thanks to the evolution itself of technology. And this is incremented because of artificial intelligence agents. Today, specifically speaking, not 5 minutes go by between when I connect a device to the internet and someone is already scanning this device. So it's the evolution and the speed with which I'm able to detect devices is so fast and start doing these vulnerability attacks that each of these devices has. And of course, thanks to artificial intelligence, we're able to automate the possible exploitation of these devices. So we are in a scenario that is complex, where every day we have more connected devices, and the surface is increased by a need of connection from technology itself, the citizenship itself, and at the same time, the amount of malicious activities we find in the internet is bigger. So the attack chain, a bit of the attack chain, how this is increased year by year in the different scenarios, and basically the levels that exist today, the risk levels that exist today for the different types of attacks, starting from the most basic one, reconnaissance attack, what I can do with the different elements that are connected. Today, if we look at this graph, every year we have almost 100% of growth of threats. And basically, this is due, as we said before, to not just being connected, but different engines that allow us to automate the search of devices and the possible exploitation of devices. Brought this to reality 6 years ago in 2020. We were talking about an average of 30 days when a new known vulnerability was reported, and this vulnerability is exploited. Today we have an average of 15 minutes between when a vulnerability is known and the same vulnerability is exploited. Therefore, the traditional mechanism that I was using of doing different types of patches, there's a vulnerability planning, and how every day updating the infrastructure is hidden, is outshined by the difficulty that the risk that I've, of every minute that I'm doing this update, and humanly difficult to have all this and the staff and Haiti working every day with all the rhythm. And as much as I have a lot of people, it becomes very difficult to be protected in real time about the threats that could exist. And why is this? Because we're automating all the possible attacks with, so therefore we find ourselves forced to automate our responses. Otherwise, it's not feasible to face the diversity of attacks or the speed of attacks that exist today. To give you an example of AI streamlines rhythms, not just at the attacker level, but at the protector level, defender level. Just like I can automate my attacks and scans and exploitations, I can also automate, thanks to artificial intelligence, detection mechanisms and response. So we are forced to start addressing this automation path because uh, attackers are already automating the attack processes, and AI not only comes and streamlines time, not only attack of defense, but it also comes to democratize cybersecurity. And what does it mean? Basically, a while back, I needed an expert to cause an attack, someone that knew about development, software development, deep knowledge about networks, what it means to do an attack or a hack. Is to know the protocol in depth and how to break it. And that today, with AI, any human being can become an attacker, and this brings back risks and the attack surface, but it also allows any human being to promote defense action that technology had to have. A while back, we had to know each vendor, how each technology worked, uh, certifications, a lot of expertise about the specific technology. Today, thanks to AI, if you had knowledge on AI, on security, after bringing it to each architecture and each platform and each technology, it's easier thanks to AI. And I wanted to uh, bring this to practice with a very simple example for those that work in cybersecurity constantly. You're going to note that examples in both sides are simple, but the goal is to understand how artificial intelligence can help me in one or another side of the story. So, to carry this out, I set up a lab. Sorry, I'm going to. This lab are virtual machines. So, since they're digital, this is not something we're doing that is real. This is monitored in a controlled environment. This is a distribution of Kali Linux. Kali Linux is an open source distribution of Linux, where we have pre-installed certain tools of vulnerability analysis to obtain information, applications, different types of elements that help to do testing. The objective of Kali Linux is to do testing and understand my architecture. Now, this same tool is also useful to do probable attacks. Now, a while back, you had to know a lot to bring forward these platforms and to be able to exercise attacks or even to defense mechanism. But thanks to this is simpler, and to show this, I'm gonna use, just as I can use Gemini, Claude, I can use anyone, and we're gonna ask AI, how can I do a reconnaissance attack or an exploitation attack? How can I make use of these tools? But of course, for Gemini to respond, I need to tell him that it's a lab environment, that I'm not doing a real attack, or else AI will not respond. Let's test it out. Basically, Gemini, I have a website that is my website, and I want to see what it's vulnerable to. I have a server with Kali and different analysis tools like Vega. How can I see if the site is vulnerable? And what I'm gonna do is consult Gemini. The first thing, the first step of an attack chain is the identification of vulnerabilities, is to see vulnerabilities. But what are you doing? We have the dissemination phase. What I can do, if you have Vega to use it, start the app. You're gonna write down scan, new scan, and then you say, okay, we have new modern alternatives. You can use WhatsApp, Nipto tools that already have Kali. But let's use the ones we already have. This is the website that I want to see what it's vulnerable to. This has a user field, a password field, and we're gonna copy the link of this website and we're gonna open Vega and see what Gemini said in this case. This is very simple, but we're gonna make it more complex to see how AI helps me with the step by step. We're gonna put scan, new scan, paste, and it does a sweep and starts to scan the whole website to see what they find in this website, to see if there's a vulnerability, and if there's a new known vulnerability, it's going to tell us what it's vulnerable to. So in this case, it tells me that it's vulnerable to different things, and it has different vulnerabilities. So since I don't know what is this cooling section, and I can't attack this vulnerability. I'm going to take a screenshot of this and I'm going to tell Gemini. We're going to tell them, okay, it gives me this vulnerability. In the website, I have a user field and password. Of course, I don't have access. Can I use this vulnerability to go into my own server? Because if I tell them it's something foreign, it's going to say no. And what Gemini is going to do is find alternatives to see how, with this vulnerability of this cooling section, I can gain access to the server. And it's going to basically explain what is this cooling section, the lab, what I can do. Basically, if this is vulnerable to the injection of SQL, which is a database format where I can interact with the website. So if you use this command, that is an admin user, one for one, that's gonna bring back a true. This command is a server that is vulnerable to this cooling section is gonna come back as true. And if I go into the server and copy the user and the password, automatically I gained access to the portal because the user power is set true, and I can go into the server. And on the inside, I say, according to what you need to automate it. You can use this batch, and it can give you suggestions on how to do a database, and it can give you a lot of information to do this. Up to here, we somehow. But what do I see in the server? It's a website to upload files, so I don't have a lot to do, but we can ask it Gemini. So I have access to a site to upload files. I have Kali. How can I generate a file that allows me? And Why is it remote? Because if I say I want to generate access to the server, Gemini will say, no, what you're doing is not correct. But if I say a remote management is my server, it's going to give me the step by step. It even says the attack vector, the possibility of uploading file, generate a P node. For example, let's say I have no idea on what to do, step by step on what Gemini is saying, and you can say you can generate a file through this command with PHP where you can have a reverse code. You can open the bash here. We're gonna paste what it told me exactly. The only thing it's saying is, okay, listening port, we're gonna put a port and the Cali IP. IP Cali, I don't know it, so I'm gonna open another one. And it's 164.1.200. So 164.1.200, that's the IP. And it's gonna generate a file called shell.php. And what's gonna do is do a call from within the server to my Kali machine through a 444 port. The next thing it's asking for is for me to prepare something else and meta exploit and use this command to listen to the call. Instead of using a meta exploit, I'm going to use Armitage. That is meta exploit, but it's the graphic version of meta exploit to make this interaction easier. Meanwhile, I'm going to go to the website, upload the file. It generated the file shell.php. Shell.php. Now we go back to Armitage, and in Armitage, in the audit part, it tells me to go to the P node, which is first use exploit multi-handler, with which we exploit multi-handler. I'm gonna open this, and it tells me to put the server IP, the listening port that was 444, and use this payload. We're gonna copy this here. We're gonna use the payload recommended by Gemini. We're gonna put here 444, the IP is correct, launch, and then it starts listening. And the only thing I have to do is exercise this PHP or execute it. So I'm gonna open the website and I'm going to execute the file. And this was shell.php. Shell.php. Okay. We call the file, and what the file will do is execute the call against my server, and there I have access to the server. If I want, I can start interacting, access, and I can say interact as a shell. So here I'm inside the server. I can look the structure of files, headquarters dot down, and I can look at the whole content of the server. I can delete files. Basically, I can do whatever I want within this server. I'm not gonna continue, but I can ask Gemini, okay. For example, I can not have full access to the server, and I can say, how do I scale the privilege because I don't have a root user, and it's gonna guide me step by step on how to do a privilege scaling. Having these tools, I can ask us how I do an RP. It's difficult here to do an RP, and it can tell me what devices are inside the server. So here I can discover the devices and access the backend and the points and do lateral movement. And I can say, okay, I want to go into another server and start moving within the infrastructure and cause big damage. And but as I said, I'm a person that has zero knowledge because what we did was basically I didn't do anything. I was asking Gemini everything I had to do, and Gemini, just like any AI comes to democratize the whole knowledge, not only on attack but defense. And I can tell Gemini to create a script to make this automatic and sweep a network to see what they find to try to go inside automatically without me having to do everything. So it's very complex because basically what this causes is that our attack surface is increased today. Any person with a bit of knowledge with AI with the action is a potential attacker. Therefore, it's an issue that puts those that were trying to protect the infrastructure in a very critical situation.
But AI comes to help to solve many issues in terms of security. But I'm going to give you an example of how AI functions to defend ourselves in face of AI as defense mechanisms. Here I'm showing a tool uh, which FortiCloud, which is an analytical server, so we could have an analysis of everything that's going on inside our infrastructure. It could be a firewall, it could be a switch, it could be access point, any kind of technology that somehow the analytics it comes uh, it links to this architecture of data collection. And in this platform, I can see information, threats, the traffic, but obviously it requires certain knowledge. I need to know in which place, how to configure it, how to identify the threats, how to see how these incidents correlate. So basically, it's requires certain knowledge, as we said at the beginning of this conference. So each vendor has its own architecture, both for protection and analytical administration. So it can become quite complex, but we have a intelligent AI module where it can interact or it can tell you the history of recent threats, for example, in the last 24 hours. And I can create a tool inside the architecture. It can be a firewall device or an endpoint, a perimeter device, or switches, or a so I can see what has been my vulnerability in the last 24 hours. And for example, there's some threats of malware, so I didn't really need to know a lot to find this, to track this information. So I can ask, can you tell me which threats, where do they originate, these threats? And some time ago, it had to be a complex forensic analysis to start to discover. But today, I can use AI that, in principle, allows me to to detect and defend. And I can find the origin of the threats in the last 24 hours, for example. And I have to ask the right way, but this a, is if this was a system connected to internet, uh, I, I can use AI. And so cannot you feed me the information? And if I have connections with other platforms, I can start looking the information in other platforms. For example, what is the reputation of the certain IPs of certain origin, and then I can have like a verdict of that origin, and I can so, knowing the origins of the IPs, I can see where the threats are coming from, and and then I can take some actions like blocking that platforms from that type of origin, from that I or IP origin, and I can tell AI what are the threats? Where are they coming from? Block them. And automatically, because there are several platforms, many platforms, I will be asked if I want to block them all. In this particular case, we're going to do it because we are in a lab environment. But thanks to the AI and with that technical knowledge, of those architectures, we can implement actions and we can go a step forward. So now I'm going to tell AI directly. eh, if you allow me the microphone. So you can do an automatization. So when it detects this type of event, the IPs are blocked automatically without any human interaction. So basically, what we're asking AI is that instead of I have to detect the threats, track them and block them, now I'm automatizing it and I'm saying to AI, when you detect this threat, just track the origins and block it. So how much time did it take us in the past for us who work in cybersecurity? It was a hard work. But now, in seconds, I can configure these protections. And I can do automation stitch, and it's completely automatic. So I just ask them to block all the IPs that have been identified as a threat or malicious. So I can even go further and I can say to AI, when you execute this, I need you to uh, send me an email warning me about the situation, so I can continue to interact with AI when there's an incident detected. But step by step, AI is going to guide me and give me all the tools so that I can create the automatizations that I need without having to have knowledge on programming or any specific knowledge on the architecture. I just interacting with AI. I can even connect to an audio and continue talking. So what tool allowed me to make these automatations? Well, that is Forti Manager, which is a tool that administrates all the equipment. There's in this case it was for Fortnite, but there are many other similar tools, and so this is a administration platform in this case, where I can have all my configuration, the security policies, I can have DPNs, I can have access points and switches, and I have all the information, all the configuration, and I can get back to the situation when it is necessary to have certain knowledge of the platform and the architecture to be able to continue with the administration or management. So AI also helps me with everything that has to do with configuration. For example, I can tell them, I can talk to it, I need to create a security policy that allows that all the users of the marketing network can access to the network of human rights, but for services HTTP and HTTPS. And that is how the requests come from the organizations. For example, I need to add this in a human format, and the security people then they can use this. Right? So these security policies create all the policies of firewall, for example, and I don't really need any interaction because I have already configured this with the help of AI. But I might also ask that this traffic be analyzed, looking for attacks, for example, through signatures. So it would enable IPS and certain engines inside the same signature. So then you can see how those policies related with these IPSs, and it increases the capacities for that particular policy. I can also ask AI that I want this policy that only works from 9 to 6 p.m. in the labor hours, work hours from Monday to Friday, and outside this schedule, everything should be blocked. And that is how I refine or strengthen my policies so that I have my own security policies. For example, right here, I created this instructions in the work hours from 9 to 6, and I can decide how to configure this. So in this regard, they are, let's say, simple policies or simple security policies, or I can do things that are more complex that would take more time. For example, I'm going to say now, so I'm using the microphone to do this. I can talk to the AI. I need a configuration so that remote users can connect by VPN to my equipment. So in this case, like branch equipment under Office 01, and I'm going to use a public IP that is 200.32, and this tunnel will allow complete access to my network and deliver IP by DHCP in the RAT 192.16.800, and I need that you configure everything necessary so the users can now access the VPN with of 40 clients. So that is very detailed, right? But basically, I'm telling AI to do all this. I need to do a configuration so that the remote users connect by VPN to my equipment, and my public IP is in this internet provider XXX, and the IP is 280.120.100. In other words, any if that so the terminator of the branch tunnels is 01. I need it to have access to my network with security policies that do not allow it can allow an traffic inspection, that it assigns a DHCP 0 bar 24, and that would be like a VPN terminator. So this thing that some years ago would have taken a lot of work to do all this configuration, because it does take work to implement all these steps, AI can do it automatically in seconds. And if you have a microphone functioning, the reality is that you can see how all the necessary configuration was generated with the security policies that had been set forth, and I can implement this, and this would impact in my equipment. And so AI has democratized knowledge, and we're going to see how the AI is impacting the technology and the architecture. But I wanted to give you a concrete case, a real case of how AI helps us. And seeing to moving forward, the AI did an agreement with NVIDIA, and basically this NVIDIA Bluefield this uses this DPUs so that we have all our security codes inside this card, and AI accelerates modernization, and it accelerates the increase in technology. But it is not only to protect the servers by AI, but any other service, for example, the cloud. And this can allows us to run inspection engines and cybersecurity engines with security codes using AI. So basically, we will be able to analyze with a packet inspection in a very fast way. We will know what is happening inside our infrastructure and take actions at levels never seen before. So basically, AI not only we it's not only AI that benefits security, but always we have to be certain that we have to protect AI. So on one hand, we have all the changes that AI brings about to the organizations, for example, to a T world. And we have so much information, and we are more vulnerable in the speed in which the vulnerabilities can come up. But so we have to protect AI not from possible attacks. So in Fortinet, we protect AI, we protect the AI ecosystem, but also to protect all the cybersecurity in our businesses or organizations. And how do we use AI? Well, first we provide AI, all the architecture, the switches, the firewalls, anti-malware, email protection. We are providing it to everything so that any risky point or any attack service can be contained very fastly. And we generate our own hardware precisely to accelerate the engine response, so we can respond very fast to any incidents. And we have a unified platform so that any inconvenience, if it's a threat from an endpoint that came through the switches, or it's something that came from the public cloud or from a private cloud, doesn't matter where it comes from, but if it's through internet, it doesn't have to be Fortinet. It can, but we're looking for that all the architectures work in a coordinated and orderly way, and feeding all the points with a native AI. In conclusion, as we saw, AI is coming to completely change the paradigm of how we attack, how we detect, how we protect ourselves. It is not enough to protect ourselves in the traditional way like we had been doing. Now we need an architecture that works in an automatized way which allows me to decrease drastically the time in which I detect an anomaly and I respond to this anomaly. And basically, because the attackers have also become more efficient. So we are more vulnerable and we have to act in consequence with a automatized architecture and empowered through AI. Do you listen to me? Well, very impressive, very impressive. We are all very impressed here. And I think there are several hands raised, Raine, and then Floor. I'm a remote participant. Andres Munoz asked the following. Today, there's might be a requirement on companies on specific attacks, and in some legislation of the sector, there is short times for delivery. So in that sense, we have evaluated using specific tools of AI that allows us to manage the response time for these cases. So, so this can require a lot of time and resources. I can answer what I know, from what I know. With Fortinet, we are a very large company, but there's specific persons that deal with the relations with the government. I work very closely with the government of Argentina. We have an understanding memorandum between Fortinet as a private company and the Ministry of National Security, and they are in charge of the federal armed forces. And we have an integration where we have a map where we are monitoring constantly possible attacks, compromise indicators, attack campaigns, and that information is sent directly to the CN, which is the organism that is responsible for that, and they have AI precisely to react in an automatized way. There are some automatizations that are already done, but we want to have more and more automatizations. And from Fortinet, we strongly believe in the private-public collaboration and with the educational system. The cybersecurity is not a company, it is a cooperation, and it requires interaction of all the stakeholders. So we do as much as possible to cooperate with the national security organisms and with the education institutions. Florencia Aguilar from Argentina. Thank you, Maximiliano. You talked about, you mentioned the democratization of cybersecurity, and I have two questions. What is Fortin doing this for a medium or small company in Latin America that don't have a CTO, that they don't have a SOC, they don't have a budget, but they want to have a minimal protection? What model are you thinking for this type of companies? And on the other hand, at the level of certifications, is many times they are in English, they're expensive. What does Forti have in terms of free or less expensive possibilities for Latin America, so that we are truly talking about democratization? Thank you. Yes. If you go in training 40training.com, you see that all our training is free, access to all the information in the labs. There is a part that is not free, which is the certification itself. And this is because the certification authority is not Fortinet. We use entities like Perceive, and they do have a cost. and that is, and you have to take the exam, because these entities give you the possibility of taking an exam, and they ask you for documentation, and so there's several requisites, but basically you can access the courses, and the certification is paid. The courses are free. Nevertheless, we have agreements with the national universities that are public. I'm talking about Argentina, because that's where I work, but we have the National University Escalari Ortiz, and they have an agreement with Fortinet, and they can access our platform, our labs, access to information, and in this case, the certification are free. Fortinet sponsors the payments for these certifications when you're a student of the national university. But I understand that there are other agreements throughout the region in Latin America. But the training is free, and the certification can be free if you have a certain agreements. But we want, and we are providing AI to all our portfolio. What we saw in Manager Alzire, we are going to bring AI everywhere so that monitoring and administration is easier globally in all the parts of the architecture. Thank you, Max. Gary Salazar. I am I'm the CEO of LegalTech in Mexico. Very interesting exercise. And I want to understand if conducting this exercise or in the services that you provide, if you have a policy or a protection in terms of personal data, because when I ask Gemini to review my site, it starts a first provider like Gemini, but they have sub-providers. So the laws for protecting personal data that are not harmonized at the international level. So we are playing with a provider in one country and a provider in another country and so on. So by one hand, we protect cybersecurity, but we are also, aren't we opening a potential violation of personal data? Yes, 100%. The example I gave you in a contained content in my own computer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used Gemini or something public. But we, Fortinet as organization, we have our AI, which is not Gemini, and they have to use that one precisely because you're sharing information with other vendors. In the case of the services that Fortinet provides, we provide services, for example, to defense institutions or national security bodies, and each country has their own rules or their own laws of data protection. For example, in Argentina, you cannot bring information outside the country because that is sovereign national information. So we have our cloud version and sovereign versions. And so you can use this AI in like cloud or sovereign with sovereignty, and so it is more technical, more deep, and we would have to talk about each particular case. But if so, we have to use anonymous information. So we comply with all the laws, but for each technology, there's a different format, or there's a possibility to do everything on-prem. But so for each requirement, there is a different solution. An applause for Max, please. Thank you very much. Very interesting. And I have your presentation. Can I share it with the fellows? And if someone asks me for email, can I share it? Yes, of course. Well, thank you, Max. Greetings from Antigua, Guatemala. And we'll see you in Buenos Aires soon. Thank you very much. Very interesting, right? It's a little scary, too. It's very scary. Do we have a Luca online? Apparently, we have Luca online. Luca Belli. Here we have Luca. Good morning. She's speaking in Italian. We had lava last night. The volcano was very active. Luca Belli, he's a friend from the school. I'm going to speak in Spanish so everybody understands. We send you greetings from Adrian, from Oscar, and from the audience here. We have fellows from Latin America, and we have around 200 people connected online from Latin America and the world. Luca is an old friend. He participated as an expert in Washington in 2016 or 2018, one of those years, and 2016, and with the FGB, and with the help of Luca and the Vargas Foundation. He's a researcher and a professor, and we wrote a book, and we published it. It is in Spanish, English, and Portuguese. He has the Portuguese version. So, dear Luca, I recommend that you follow the Vargas Foundation activities. They produce a lot of interesting and important books. Can they be downloaded, or you have to pay for them? They are free. There is always a free access version in the CTS websites. Are you going to talk in English, Spanish, or Portuguese? I'm going to talk in Spanish for the introduction, but then I'm going to use the simultaneous interpretation, and I'll switch to English because it's more specific for the terminology. My Spanish has improved, but the English is even better. So I would rather speak in English. And we from the port, we talk Italian. People from the ports in Buenos Aires, we talk Italian Spanish, and mine is basically Portañol.
First of all, thank you very much for your time and for being here with us. We have interpretation, so please remember, I say this, I know it's difficult because I also speak fast and sometimes I forget, but Luca's presentation, I forgot, I lost the sheet. What? The search for sovereignty, transparency, and responsibility in AI, and I suggest that you follow all the activities of the Julio Vargas Foundation. This is a new book they presented, and I found very interesting that you presented. Thank you, Olga. I'm sharing the screen with my presentation. Again, thank you very much, Olga, Adriana, Oscar, for inviting me. It's always a pleasure. So I'm going to do my presentation in English since we have interpretation, but if the participants have a question, they can ask them in English or in Spanish. It's not a problem for me. I completely understand, but it's better. I'm more specific in the presentation in English. So I apologize if I'm going to do the presentation in English.
The title of the presentation, which is based on a recent book that we have launched only some months ago. Actually, in the first version here, the first version was launched. We presented it 3 years ago at the IGF as a preliminary version, and then thanks to the comments we received, we updated it into a larger, more extended version that was launched with the Springer Nature 6 months ago. Both versions are available online. The preprint of the consolidated version is available on the website of one of our flagship project, one of our main research project here at the Center for Technology and Society at FGV Law School is called CyberBRICS, and it has explored digital policies of the BRICS grouping over the past 8 years, and we have used the findings of the research on data governance, digital transformation, cybersecurity, AI governance. We have consolidated them. To build our understanding of AI sovereignty, digital sovereignty, and data sovereignty. So pretty much all the references I'm going to share in the presentation are all available in open access on this website, cyberbrics.info, or on the cts.fgv.pr website. And the CyberBRICS project, as I was mentioning before, is particularly interesting because it's the only research project that exists in the world that maps what happens in these large developing economies with people from these countries that every year spend here 6 or 12 months doing research with us at FGV in Rio. And so we have been developing this debate on AI sovereignty and digital sovereignty for many years now. Two research output I'm showing now are the two latest books that, well, one is a book, one is a booklet, I would say, that have just been released 1 month ago. The one on digital sovereignty and AI in Brazil, the other on digital sovereignty in Brazil, released exactly yesterday. It's a work for the Ministry for Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazil. And I'm going to use them all to illustrate what do we mean when we speak about digital sovereignty? Secondly, how does it relate with AI sovereignty, and how this is necessary as a conceptual step to understand the limits of the regulatory approaches that we have utilized so far to regulate AI and to foster transparency, to foster accountability. But actually, we have not, in my perspective at least, we have not seen the full picture because we are considering only AI as software and regulating transparency and accountability at the software layer, but we are failing to see the full stack of what exactly is AI in terms of infrastructure, in terms of connectivity, and all the elements that I will explore in the next minutes. Now, how does our conceptualization of digital sovereignty start? With the research on cybersecurity. It's actually very interesting to have my presentation right after a presentation of cybersecurity because you are fresh in your minds in the discussion, the debate of cybersecurity. And so you understand very well that cybersecurity is very much about analyzing and understanding the vulnerabilities of digital systems in order to mitigate risks, right? And so this is exactly what we start discussing in this book 6 years ago. And the conclusion of the book was when we started analyzing how BRICS countries were doing this. Some of them, at least already at the time, in that moment were especially China, Russia, to some extent India, were developing their cybersecurity approaches to build digital sovereignty. So not only analyzing digital systems, not only to understand vulnerabilities of the systems, but also to understand how to develop their own system. understanding that the technological dependency in itself is a huge vulnerability that we are actually all realizing now, especially over the past, let's say, 18 months of the Trump presidency, where we see that digital technologies can actually be weaponized. And so what is interesting here is to understand that cybersecurity and digital sovereignty, they are not synonymous concept, but there is an overlap because they both deal with risk mitigation, understanding and mitigating risks. But the digital sovereignty part also aims at understanding what are the opportunities, especially from a developmental perspective. If you are interested in this and you read Portuguese, you can also freely download this book. I'm not going to enter specifically into this relationship, but I'm going to provide a little bit of our working definition of digital sovereignty. Because when we started analyzing this in 2021, actually it was interesting because when we published this first book I've just mentioned, there was also it was pretty much the same month, it was July 2020, the first speech of the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen that spoke for the first time about digital sovereignty, technological sovereignty for strategic autonomy. And that was very interesting because it was a moment where digital sovereignty started to be something that democracies, liberal democracies, are striving for. And before that speech was a concept associated with authoritarian countries. Now, the reality is that neither authoritarian nor democratic it really depends what is behind the label, right? And that is exactly what we started analyzing with this other study that was published 2 years ago on digital sovereignty in the BRICS. So understanding what are the expressions of digital sovereignty, not only in terms of laws, but in concrete initiatives, projects that are developed in the BRICS grouping. And of course, there are a lot of different expressions of this. And in a very objective way, one can say that there are expressions that are very authoritarian and protectionist, and there are expressions that are also very positive, which what I call good digital sovereignty, that utilize digital sovereignty as a concept aimed at fostering technological autonomy, empowerment, and competition through technology, right? So our first challenge was to identify what is digital sovereignty and how to define it. So this is the definition that we elaborated in 2023. So the capacity to understand how digital technologies work, develop them and regulate them effectively so that you can enjoy self-determination, power and control over digital assets. And of course, there are other scholars that have tried to define digital sovereignty before, but they all focus on the regulation or the control part. Very few of them, I would say no one before us, because no one before us tried to have a developing country perspective on digital sovereignty. So very few of them had thought about the development part, which is something natural for someone doing its research from a developing country, right? So the great added value of our research is not only to understand how countries are trying to regulate the technology or to assert control through regulation, but how countries are also trying to develop alternatives to avoid being stuck into someone else's system and being dependent on someone else's system. And something very interesting in our research that very few people, to my surprise, know in Brazil is that in the case of Brazil, at least, Brazil has a huge competitive advantage compared to others in terms of digital sovereignty, because for Brazil, technological autonomy is already in the federal constitution. We do not need to build as an artificial construct strategic autonomy as our European friends use, well, they are doing, actually, they have been doing over the past 5 years. We have it already in the Constitution. So creating digital sovereignty, fostering the elaboration, the construction of different types of technologies that can allow you to be independent, autonomous from others, it's actually simply implementing our federal constitution in its Article 219. Now, a good example of this that I was mentioning before is how Brazil or India have been leveraging what are called digital public infrastructures. I'm not sure if you have already debated this in the SIG this year, but these are actually software-based open systems, or at least built on open protocols that allow to provide specific public services. And a very good example of the Brazilians that are there, of course, know about PIX, our digital public infrastructure for payments, which is something that everyone uses now in Brazil. Let me just provide a little bit some figures to understand how staggering has been the adoption of PIX in Brazil. It's a system that is a digital public infrastructure that is provided by the Brazilian Central Bank. It has displaced Visa and MasterCard, which previously were the only option available for Brazilians to process digital payments. And that is the reason why, one of the reasons at least, why PIX is a fantastic example of digital sovereignty. Because before PIX, the only way Brazilians had to process digital payment were through Visa and MasterCard. They were literally totally dependent on foreign companies that actually charged 3 to 5% per every transaction in pretty much all the global south countries, at least. And the very important point is that the very great element of success of PIX is not only that reverts into the pockets of Brazilians 3 to 5% of each transaction, which already is enormous amount of success in economic terms, but also it reverts into Brazilian enterprises and intermediaries the capacity to process data. So what people do not realize that the largest amount of money that is actually concentrated by Visa and MasterCard is not literally the 3 to 5% that you pay, is the data that they collect and the big data analytics that they can operate. So Visa and MasterCard are de facto big data or AI companies. So the fact that you all of a sudden are able to redistribute this capacity to process data at the national level means that national intermediaries can extract value out of data, and they can hire people in your country, pay taxes in your country, create innovation in your country. So the digital public infrastructure for payments not only reduces the costs, but also redistributes the capacity to extract value at the national level and being taxed, of course, at the national level, generating jobs at the national level. And then there is also another very interesting collateral benefit, which is that makes you much more resilient from the weaponization of interdependencies. And this is actually why we have started speaking about this type of digital public infrastructure. So Brazil has actually copied this from India. India has its own digital public infrastructure for payments since 2018. It's called UPI, the Unified Payment Interface. And actually, India discovered this looking at another BRICS member, Russia, that actually, after having invaded Crimea for the first time and annexed Crimea in 2014, was immediately sanctioned for its invasion. And so overnight, the Russians have to create a different system to replace Visa and MasterCard. So they created this card that you see here, Mir, which is their card. The Indians upgraded it because they created a software-only version of it. The digital public infrastructure is software. And the Brazilian Central Bank made it even more public because it's not only publicly available as in India, it is actually a public service, which is completely free for Brazilian consumers. This is something we are working a lot in this moment, in this most recent phase of the Cyber BRICS project that we are developing in partnership with the Interledger Foundation, mapping in this moment how Brazil and India are developing their digital public infrastructures, including also central bank digital currencies, and how this can be interoperable at the BRICS level. There are very interesting examples of how this interoperability is already happening thanks to what are called bridges, technology that foster interoperability between different types of central bank digital currencies or in digital public infrastructure, the interledger protocol being one of these solutions. I'm not getting too much into this. You can find more on our website, but actually I'm moving on a fundamental consideration that actually motivated all our study on DPIs over the past 4 years, which is explored in this paper on personal data protection in Brazil, China, and India. Why personal data protection is relevant when we speak about DPIs and digital sovereignty? Well, actually because the Indians have been using DPIs not only for payments, but also to manage consent for the collection of personal data. So there is a very relevant DPI, digital public infrastructure in India, called DEPA, the Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture, that I analyzed in this paper 4 years ago to stress how actually the Indians were leveraging DPIs to build their data sovereignty and to translate actually what the law, the normative commands, the normative obligation and architecture into a technological architecture. So again, leveraging their national skills, software development, to create a software version of the law. And so this actually helps us understand that to build your data sovereignty, you don't only need the law, which is necessary, but you also need the architecture that implements the law into technology, which is exactly what the India are doing with DEPA. And also you need to foster the development of the technology that you want to have in compliance with the law. So that is a very important point in our research on AI sovereignty, digital sovereignty, and data sovereignty over the past 5 years, that law is only one instrument of regulation. And as a lawyer myself, as a law professor, I can tell you that is not necessarily the most effective. It's necessary, but not sufficient. So what about complementing the law with also industrial policy that leverages research and development to create the kind of technology that you want? So not only prohibiting what you don't want, which is the tool of regulation of the law, sanction, but also facilitating what you want in terms of technology. And to do that, you need first to do the research in order to understand what are the key enablers. I will come back to this term, the key enablers of the digital economy or the AI systems, in order to promote the development of these specific technologies in line with the kind of normative framework that you have at your national level. And this is actually essential if you want to extract value nationally and not only allow international foreign enterprise to extract value from data that you are producing in your own country. That is actually something that the Chinese have been including in their policies since 7 years. So everyone since at least 2006, when the expression data is the new oil was coined by British mathematician Clive Humby, for 2 decades everyone has spoken about data as the new oil, but very few countries have designed their policies to try to extract value nationally from this new oil. Oil, when you extract it, you have to pay for the extraction of it, and there is an entire regulatory system about it. Data, we say that is new oil, but we do not organize the taxation and the fiscal and the regulatory regime as an asset, right? So that is precisely what the Chinese have been doing for 7 years at least, considering data as a factor of production together with land, together with labor, together with capital, and designing their policies around this. And this led us to our research on data sovereignty, which actually then underpins all the rest of our research on digital and AI sovereignty. So the fundamental consideration here is that many countries, including BRICS countries, have adopted data protection law to create rights and obligations and to look at what is called by data protection law scholars, informational self-determination, so the individual right to control who is collecting your data, for what purposes, with whom it's shared. But this has been considered only from an individual perspective and from a very formal perspective. I think everyone in the room will agree that despite the existence of data protection law, this does not mean that in practice your personal data are protected or individuals even know about the existence of the law and the rights they have. Now, what this consideration leads us to develop in terms of research when looking at countries like India or China, the fact that you, of course, need to protect personal data in terms of individual rights, but you also need to consider that protection and regulation is needed from a collective perspective, from a national perspective, from a corporate perspective. If data is the new oil, not only individuals have the right to understand how their data are collected and by whom and with whom they are shared, but also states have the right to understand who is generating value from data and try to generate it at the local level to avoid that all the benefits of data processing is reaped by international corporations and not by local enterprises or corporations. Now, in this context, we have tried to examine over the past 3-4 years how also these legal frameworks can be legally interoperable. So, I mean, how they can communicate and being compatible. This is something we've started to do with this publication, actually published in late 2022. And I'm particularly attached to this because it's the last paper that our beloved friend Danilo Donella, that used to work with us, wrote before he passed away, unfortunately. But actually, that was the start of a new cycle of research for us. We have then deepened the research that we did with Danilo in terms of legal interoperability in the BRICS. We dedicated actually to him, to his memory, this book that was published at the end of last year in December 2025 on personal data architectures in the BRICS, where precisely we analyze the different conceptions of the BRICS in terms of data protection and what are the architectures, not only the legal ones, but the technological ones that allow them to some extent to build their data sovereignty. And that kind of consideration, understanding that law is essential but not sufficient, that sovereignty is about understanding how technology, data-intensive technology works, developing alternatives, and regulate them effectively. And you cannot regulate effectively if you do not understand how it works. And if you're not able to develop an alternative. That is precisely what leads us to the work on AI sovereignty. So again, to repurpose, to work on the definition I was mentioning before, we have defined in multiple publications AI sovereignty as the capacity of a given country to understand, develop, and regulate AI systems, thus retaining self-determination, agency, and control over the system. This was first presented 3 years ago at the Carnegie conference, where this was first published. Then, as I was mentioned before, it gave rise to this book that has been then expanded and published, which is the core element of my presentation of today. And so the key consideration of this research is that risk-based regulation, which is all what the European AI Act, of literally most legal proposals, bill inspired from the EU AI Act are about, is product safety. Product safety, fostering transparency and accountability, analyzing risks of AI system, which is essential, but not sufficient to be AI sovereign, because most of this legislation inspired from the EU AI Act only look at AI as the software system, the model, not all the rest of the components. So before entering into the details of what are the other components, let me explain why this is actually essential for to foster transparent this kind of product safety, and this kind of regulatory approach that the EU is promoting is essential to promote transparency, explainability, safety, accountability, but it's not sufficient. Now, first we have to understand what are transparency, explainability, safety, and accountability. So transparency is basically what AI does, what the AI system is doing. And the explainability shows why the AI system is performing that way. So if you look at transparency, you need to have clear communication about how AI is used, what are the capabilities of the system, what are the risks, and you also have to document which kind of data are used to train the system and which kind of assumption this data training leads to. And explainability is to make this understandable. So which kind of output which kind of output are produced from this type of system in a way that is actually understandable from both the user and the regulator and society at large. And only this way you can be accountable. You can support audits from the regulator, you can demonstrate compliance, and you can make sure that the user of the system actually understands how the system is used. So transparency is essential to then achieve accountability. So understand who is responsible for decisions, how the system work, and audit it, and having human oversight on it. So making sure that that no one can claim, this decision was taken because the system is the algorithm. We don't know how to explain it. There has to be a clear chain of responsibility, especially, and I think that was also a part of the previous presentation, especially when then we are speaking about AI agents that are actually not only systems that have software interaction, but they can have operational interactions that impact our world. So if you do not have clear accountability there, we are basically building time bombs. And this actually leads to the safety part. So you have to assess what are the risks before deploying it. You have to continuously monitor how these risks are evolving, how the performance of the system is improving, which kind of bias exists, and tweak your responses, your measures based on these updates. Now, all of this is essential, and that is why I'm spending a couple of slides entering, maybe not in the detail, but try to give you an understanding of why this is really essential. But is not sufficient, and that is what all this research that actually we have just updated in these two books that you see here, that are also freely available on cyberbricks.info. Why this type of risk of product safety regulation, risk-based regulation is essential, but is not sufficient to achieve AI sovereignty if you do not match it with industrial policy that allows you to understand the system and develop alternatives, multi-stakeholder governance that allow you to connect the dots, and capacity building along the entire AI stack. So all the component of what I call the AI sovereignty stack, where with these AI sovereignty enablers. So this is the framework I have I've been using since 2023. We have used to map also how BRICS countries are developing their regulation, their governance, their industrial policy in all these elements. We have an upcoming book on building AI sovereignty in the BRICS country that is going to be published by Routledge in July. We have a lot of other preliminary findings in several papers that you find on the CyberBRICS website about this. So the attention, especially the attention of our European friends, has been concentrated in the last layer that you see here at the bottom. So risk-based regulation, product safety. This is essential, again, but it's only part of the equation. It's not what all AI debates are about. If you do not also understand the relevance of the other elements, you're basically looking at the tree rather than looking at the forest. Again, these are all very important and they all interact systemically. Personal data, well, not only personal data, actually, data are essential for the development of AI systems. So the way in which this is regulated, but also the way in which research and development is tailored, and how, in which kind of alternative options for data-intensive technology exist. This is very much a fundamental element of your AI sovereignty. Software and algorithmic model, well, this of course goes by itself, but if you do not invest in having your own alternative options, you end up being totally dependent and locked in. There is this phenomenon of lock-in, which discussed in our research. So when you are imprisoned in someone else's system, and as long as this is given for free, well, you are not paying it necessarily with your money, but only with your data. But when the contractual conditions are going to change, and honestly, no publicly traded corporation is a philanthropy. So I can understand that most companies that are burning billions to provide services for free at this moment, they are giving it for free to attract a critical mass of users. But at some point the investors will ask them, well, when are you going to pay back our investment? And that will be the moment where the conditions will change, and every person, every entity, every state that is imprisoned in the model will have to pay a lot. Which is basically what we have now in computational capacity. We pretty much everyone that does AI subsidizes typically three large US-based cloud providers: AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud, and with the exception of China that has its own, and Russia that depends on China. So that is actually very relevant choke point. Also thinking that all of three of them are dependent on NVIDIA that produces the top GPUs for them to train AI. And NVIDIA is totally dependent on TSMC, that maybe you are not aware of, but is a Taiwan-based corporation and does 95% of the top semiconductors, which is, by the way, the reason why everyone is so keen on defending Taiwan's democracy or annexing Taiwan, because Taiwan is actually where the semiconductors that allow AI, the frontier AI to be developed, are built and developed. Meaningful connectivity is a very important one. I will come back to this in a few moments to conclude my presentation. And it's very analyzed, and very few people understand the relevance of this. If your population is not connected meaningfully, it means that they cannot contribute actively to the development of AI or digital technologies. They end up being passive consumers rather than having the possibility of being active producers. I will come back to this. Let's hold on this, and let's move to the next one. Electrical power and natural resources, including minerals. It is the main reason why Brazil has enormous competitive advantage compared with other countries. We have 80% of our electrical production is natural, is green, thanks to 40 years of industrial policy. And we have very abundant natural resources in terms of critical minerals. Although we process only 1% of the world's critical mineral, we have 23%. So it's an enormous gold mine, basically, that Brazil has, which is the main reason, energy and mineral, why there is such an enormous interest all of a sudden from Europe or the US or others in Brazil. Humanware, what I call humanware, which basically is digital literacy. If your population is illiterate, they will simply and always be passive consumers of AI, manipulated and governed through AI systems and digital technologies, and not being able to develop them. Cybersecurity, I think, after your previous presentation, goes by itself. If you do not embed cybersecurity preoccupation in the full stack, you are basically building a time bomb. Now, to conclude my presentation and illustrate why this systemic approach is essential, let me do a quick reality check on Brazil. So Brazil has been hitting the headlines over the past 2 years, especially since Brazil was chairing the G20 for its plan for AI, which is a very interesting plan. There are a lot of very interesting initiatives in that, but there is an enormous vulnerability in it. So AI sovereignty is considered also thanks to the research that we have been contributing on AI sovereignty over the past years. So it's considered by the plan, but only in terms of building national models in Portuguese based on national data, which is a very interesting idea. I think actually it's necessary, but not sufficient. And again, it is what I stress in the work I've been doing also for the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, just published yesterday, is that it is not effective to invest a lot in increasing computational capacity, in increasing training and education, increasing algorithmic capacity, if you do not consider also the connectivity element of the equation. Now let me explain you why with this very explicit data elaborated by SSIG, which is an excellent center that does excellent qualitative and quantitative analysis of connectivity in Brazil. They did in 2024 this very good study on meaningful connectivity in Brazil, and they demonstrated that actually most people in Brazil, they do not have meaningful connectivity. 78% of Brazilian population does not have meaningful connectivity. It is a luxury for the most wealthy layers of the population that have meaningful connectivity. All the rest are basically stuck into zero-rated social media that are all coincidentally owned by the same enterprise, the Meta family of app, and that at the same time not only collects data from the entire population, but also concentrates attention from the entire population. So why this is a vulnerability in terms of AI sovereignty? Because the only AI that 78% of the Brazilian population is currently having access to through their smartphone is Meta AI, which is automatically included into their Meta social media. So this means that if you are not considering the need for meaningful connectivity as a cornerstone of your digital transformation or AI strategy, you are actually not seeing an enormous vulnerability, because Meta has been very skillfully building over the past 10 years a direct connection with all users that are now enrolled to train Meta AI with their data for free. So it is not even more that old say, if you are not paying for the product, you are the product. Is that if you are not paying for the product, it means that you are working for free to build the product that then will be sold to you the next year. And actually, that is very interesting to also note that it is such effective, this zero rating policy in terms of concentrating attention of users, that the competitors need to zero rate also their services to be able to compete. So Perplexity is now zero rating its service with a partnership with Vivo, and ChatGPT is zero rating its own service with a partnership of Claro. That is a distortion of the distortion, because rather than thinking we should eliminate zero rating, we keep on having it and making it even more pervasive and distorting in terms of competition. Now, why is studying the BRICS is useful? Because actually, if we study India, we realize that they have banned zero rating 10 years ago. And at the time, people were discussing this as a great net neutrality success. It is. But the reason why the Indians have banned zero rating in 2016 is not because they want, maybe not only because they wanted to promote freedom of expression, but because they knew that with zero rating, their national champions, actually their national startups, would have never become national champions, because people's attention would have been concentrated artificially on some specific services, including foreign services, and not choosing what is most interesting for Indians according to quality. Now, what a very interesting collateral effect of banning zero rating is not only that India has been experiencing a belle epoch of innovation over the past 10 years, startups becoming tech giants, but also the prices of connectivity has been decreasing by 95%, while connectivity has been increasing by 300%. Why? Because when zero-rated services were banned, the only option to lure customers was to give internet access for a very cheap price. A new enterprise, a new provider entered the market, Reliance Jio, that actually had a huge success by attracting customers, offering free internet access for 3 months, everything. And then you start to pay at the fourth month. This has been a tremendous success, not only in terms of digital transformation, not only in terms of connectivity, but in terms of digital sovereignty. I stress this in the book on digital sovereignty in the BRICS. This is the greatest untold story of digital sovereignty. So a very smart policy that has had as a result connecting people, empowering people, and fostering innovation along the entire stack. So I thank you very much for the attention. I hope there will be questions. I'm sure there will be questions, and I'm here ready to reply to them.
Un aplauso para Luca, por favor. Una manito, dos manitos, tres manitos. Ya. ¿Tenés un ratito? ¿Tenés un ratito para preguntas, Luca?
Pues tenemos.
Tenemos. Bueno, vamos por el primera manito por acá. ¿De quién era? Espera, primero que fue Steven, después vuelvo para acá. Voy por orden de levantado de mano. Pero contale quién sos.
Gracias. Buenos días, profesor Luca Belli, Steven Guerrero de Costa Rica. Trabajo en el Clúster de Innovación Tecnológica de Costa Rica, una iniciativa público-privada, y también en el capítulo de Inteligencia Artificial Responsable. Muy interesante todos sus argumentos y posiciones.
Very interesting, your presentation. I have two questions in one. From small countries like Costa Rica and the Central American countries that have pressures from the north and have to depend on external platforms, what would be 3 concrete actions and feasible actions that we could implement to advance to a sovereign and transparent and responsible AI, like you mentioned it? That's my first question. And how can we in somehow collaborate with the Central American ecosystem? How can we contribute to your work in the vision of the BRICS and your work? I'm going to try to answer in Spanish. Firstly, it is not necessarily be a big country like India to have an ambition of digital sovereignty. An example that I included in the report for the Ministry of Innovation and Technology of Brazil on digital sovereignty is Uruguay. Uruguay is one of the most sovereign countries digitally. You asked me for 3 examples of policies that could be implemented, but the 3 policies that Uruguay implemented 2 decades ago. First, education. Invest in education because the human wealth is essential. Secondly, invest in significant connectivity. Uruguay is very small, so it is simpler for a smaller countries to invest in infrastructure. And the third one, invest also in data centers. Currently, Uruguay, Google is using the data centers, the public data centers of Uruguay. So their public state operator is is providing data centers for Google. And another essential thing that has been highlighted in our research is to invest in the open source technologies. You cannot be a victim of lock-in. You cannot be a prisoner on a foreign system if you have your own system. The public administration in Uruguay, by law, has to use an open source infrastructure. If you do not use an open source infrastructure, you have to justify it. So not only in Latin America, but we can help and others can help. You don't need a huge budget, but but to invest in open source technologies is a good recommendation. Brazil was one of the pioneers on open source technologies, and with 2024, with the first government of Lula. Uh, but the open technology was considered to be recommended and be adopted by the administration, but it has but it should be defined by the industrial policy like China and India. Indians and China export their their open source technology because they have invested in open source technologies for 2 decades. Brazil is starting to do it so everybody can do it. You can work with us. My contact is in the last slide. If you want to participate in our research, you can email me. Right now, we are organizing how to replicate our BRICS investigation to Latin America. So there are persons, there are students in Brazil. If you want to participate in this type of investigation, Olga, you can share my contact. It will be a pleasure to work with all of you. Hey, we cannot hear you. I want to participate in that investigation. We only listen to BRICS, but what about Latin America? So I will share your contact. And there's another question. Eh, I'm Laura Rodriguez. I am critical journalist, of, and I want to ask. I have a comment on the additional layer of analysis. Brazil, in comparison to other countries in Latin America, has a lot of advances in digital sovereignty. But I would like to know if you could comment on how to keep the civic space open to guarantee these advances, because we know that the U.S. government is negotiating fees in the Southeast Asia, and it's requiring where data privacy should not be respected, and it is already happening in El Salvador, in Guatemala, and in Argentina. So it's a way to go over the local efforts for autonomy and digital sovereignty. So also, with closing civic spaces, authoritarian governments, and that also closes civic digital spaces. In Central America, we know what is happening, but when you have only sole like Rogue, sole providers like Rogue in El Salvador, so I would like you to comment the importance of keeping the civic spaces open to advance in digital sovereignty in Latin America. There are many comments, but I'm going to try to respond to some. The fundamental question is open. It can be in the civic space, but I would also say that in terms of competitivity, openness needs to be used as a principle. It has to be used initially, not only to build policies, but is essential for participation. And one of my recommendations for the government is that you have to continue to explore a, a, when there is a participation culture in the creation of policies, and to explore this participation policy, not only for drafting policies but also to implement policies, and that includes the markets. The peaks is a very interesting example because it opens the market of for digital payments, which used to be concentrated in only two companies, and now they are distributed in dozens of different intermediaries. They use the same open architecture, so they participate, and that is a very important element that the central bank, I as if I have a if I'm a PIX organization, and the protection to the consumer organizations, the banks, the different chambers of commerce or regulatory chambers, they are using the peaks. Uh, so the participation is essential, not only to include the citizens, but also to include companies, the developers, the creators. If you are not sovereign, you can have participative declarations, but if you're sovereign, you can also develop alternatives and understand how the technology works. And the participation is essential not only to create policies, but also to create research and alternatives that are the results of this investigation, to create these alternatives. Hello? Professor Luca, um, uh, uh, incredible your presentation, that very thorough, especially the part on personal data. I have a question aimed at industry that is not disconnected from internet or AI. My question in Spanish is that in the video games and interactive platforms, AI can intervene in moderation, generations of contents, detection of traps, commercial tailoring, and decisions on the number of users. So if a model is provided by third party, is integrated by a developer, so how can the responsibility and possibly harm can be shared? Excellent question. Because I mentioned in the end of my presentation, eh, no se oye muy bien. The decisions on moderation of contents, I can see that actions can be created regardless of the user. Um, there's an echo in the transmission. I cannot hear. No. Oh. We cannot hear him. No oímos. So I'm going to try to translate because we lost the direct audio, but my response is how we. Oh, we're back. So what is important here, and what I want to and I highlighted in my presentation, is that to start with accountability, you have to identify who is responsible for each element of the stack, each element of the stack of decision making. AI is not monolithic, so this division that I presented of the stack, the elements on that stack, we have to understand who is responsible for the data, who's responsible for the model or for the software or the hardware. So each of these facilitator essential elements can determine the risks and the responsibilities, and you can even locate specific jurisdictions. So it is super important to define a, a framework of accountability, the identification of the responsible parts, because clearly the use of robotic agents is going to cause, it can determine harm and it can determine risk, and we cannot face this risk if we do know who's responsible. But this, unfortunately, that is the current situation. Unfortunately, right now, I do not have an answer for this specific issue because there is no specific response or answer right now. We are implementing a research right now of how to attribute responsibility for agents that are steroids. It creates more benefits, but also it creates more risks. Unfortunately, I do not have a precise answer to your question. I hope to have it in the next meeting organized by the school. Thank you. Applause for Luca, please. Thank you, Luca. Your Spanish is so much better. It evolves faster than AI. So next time you will address us in Spanish. Thank you. Greetings to your family, and I hope to see you in person in the near future. And I want to be part of those investigations, including Latin America. And I'll share your contact. Greetings. Big hug. We see you soon. Can you all look at me? Two important messages. We have a super talk on quantic computations and security. I don't want to be chasing you at the coffee break. I'm not happy chasing you. But since we are wrapping up on time, you have half an hour for your coffee. So please, 11:20 comes and you start thinking that you have to go back to the room. So I don't have to chase you. Can you please promise me that these are my dear students? And soon, please don't leave yet. Ingeniero Carlos Rebellion from Intel had a problem. He's hospitalized. He won't be able to come. So please take this with love. So we're going to extend the lunch time. That doesn't mean that you take forever. But a 2:45, we'll meet after lunch. Please raise your hands, all that promise to be back here at 2:45, 2:45. So we had to postpone the DNS talk, so you have a little bit more time for lunch. You can relax. But remember that what you promise is a debt. You have to be back on time.
Very interesting talk about quantum computing. For me, it's a subject that I'm very interested in since I studied electronics because transistors work based on some quantum concepts. So from there, I followed this subject, but now it's the hype, right? It's permanently in the media because of the possible impact with say, security and many changes that it can bring to our daily lives and our industry. So welcome, and the title that Julio gave me, the power of quantum computing, how quantum technologies impact the digital innovation. Welcome. You can share the screen. So the title is The Power of Quantum Physics. How do quantum technologies impact digital innovation? So yes, I shared my screen. We can see it well.
¿Está ahí la pantalla?
Sí, se
Can you see the screen? Yes.
maravilla. Todo
Wonderful. The floor is yours. Thank you. Olga, can you hear me well? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Olga, for the invitation. From the moment we did the presentation to the telecom superintendents, quantum physics has garnered relevance. And as you said, the hype of quantum, it's already truly a reality, not really near reality, but a reality. So my talk is going to be about quantum technologies. It's divided into two parts. One, which is very basic concepts to put into context all the people, because not everyone is physical knowledge on quantum physics, but I'm going to give some introductions about what is the meaning of quantum, and when we talk about quantum, what that means, and we go to security as quantum, how quantum is going to affect everyone. When we have a quantum computer available, if we're not ready for that time, it's going to be true chaos at the data transfer level. So I'm going to start with the basic things. Olga, do you agree that we leave questions towards the end? Or I don't have a problem to be interrupted, but I would rather leave everything until the end so that I can be continuous. Yes, it's best to have them until the end, and at the end of your presentation, we will do it because we have enough time. The presentation was done between Eric Sosa and myself. Eric unfortunately could not come to give his part, but he asked me to teach his part, which is the beginning of the presentation. I'm saying we both worked on this subject and we are really promoting quantum knowledge at every level. Okay, let's start. This is the agenda. We'll see that the future is quantum. I'm gonna give some basic aspects of quantum computing, and I talk about one thing is theory and the other is practice. What are the challenges now and in the future, given that quantum is coming? What vulnerabilities are we going to have everywhere? I also asked, this is a rhetorical question, that I say that truly quantum threatens digital transformation because actually what we are all interested in Guatemala and many parts in Latin America is to turn everything, the analogical part, into digital, place all the information in digital, but at the same time, when we turn it into digital, we need to guarantee the safety of this digital information. So I can mention some threats that exist for this digital transformation, and then I will end if there's someone that will help us give follow up or provide more information about the current state of quantum. Okay, so I'm gonna start. The future is quantum. To understand quantum before going into quantum, well, we have a very simple problem that has happened to us We've all experienced this. So, an example, how do we make 10 people sit down around a table so that they're together? When we put together all the people that want to sit down together and everyone be seated around the table, it's 10 people. So, if we want to see A, you want to put A with B, B with C, and try to figure out how you're going to sit everyone around a table. If we have 5 people, we need to put them 24 ways around a round table. If it's 10 people, we have 365 combinations. If we want to try out who is going to sit down with someone else in a piece of paper, we can't do it. If we have 11 people, just one person more to the number that we had, which was 10, it's 3.6 million combinations. If we add another person, 40 million. That is the problem that happens here. As the number of people we want to sit around the table grows, the number of combinations grows exponentially. So, a computer, well, if we have 20, 30 people, you don't know. Classic computer doesn't have enough memory to calculate how many combinations are for 40 people. So there we see an issue, classic issue. We don't have a computer that is strong enough that can tell us how many combinations are for this number of people. 40, that in reality is not a lot, and combinations are huge. So what we do is this. An exponential that as the number of people grow, the number of combinations grow. It's an exponential problem. So there's another classic problem, which is the study of atoms. Here there's a traditional problem, and you might say, well, this is in the future and we don't know this, and pharmaceutical research or whatever. Here we have a clear example, 12,000 atoms. The Cleveland Pharmacy Clinic in Ohio did an experiment and showed that 12,000 atoms can be experimented with quantum computing. It was 94 hours. If the problem is resolved manually, requires 28 million years. So this is true data. The experiment was done in May 2026. It's done with an IBM computer support you with the help of a Riken computer in Japan. It's 12,000 atoms, 28 million. If you want to do a simulation of a useful drug medication that are very complicated molecules, without a doubt, we could never do this with a traditional computer. We need a quantum computer, because the quantum computer allows us to have more variables at a speed and example that are much better. So the time that you try to resolve the problem that is bigger, we have less time. So this is what quantum computing is focused on, to solve problems that traditionally cannot be solved. A problem that is 2 plus 2 is never going to be made in a quantum computer. Solving a square root problem is not going to be done. Solving easy problems, we don't have quantum computing for that. It's very clear. Quantum computing is focused on problems that cannot be solved with classic computing. So think about what problems exist in the world. For example, climate change. This cannot be done with a traditional computer easily. And if it can be done, it's very limited. To solve a huge problem as like simulating climate, we need a lot of computing that is not in classic computing. So there we have quantum computing, but these are normal cases. So, what is quantum computing based on? What is quantum physics? In quantum computing, it's based in the principles of quantum physics. What is quantum physics? It's the branch of science that studies particles, the smallest particles of the universe, electrons, photons. Electrons is the charge for energy, and photons are light. This is the goal of quantum mechanics, and it's clear it's a set apart from classical world, because in quantum mechanics we have process of superposition, which is an electron can be somewhere and in another place at the same time. This is a concept. The concept of intertwining, which is where you can place two electrons intertwined among them, and what happens to one by magic happens to the other one, is transferred to the other one. This is what Einstein called spooky action at distance, because this cannot be possible, because if we have two electrons and one thing happens to one, the other one, it happens the same with the other one. And it's not because there is an intertwining between them, but because of something that we don't know. And it has been shown that there is intertwining, and it's a main principle of quantum mechanics. And the other principle is that the states of electrons cannot be observed in a quantum state. It remains in a quantum state unless we observe it. When we observe it, it can be a measurement. At that time, the state collapses and it shows a value. So, in the next slide, or the other one, I'm not sure, we're going to look at the process of superposition and intertwining. When did quantum mechanics start? Niels Bohr in 1913 showed the idea, or formulated the idea, that energy is quantic and it's a continuous process, but it's quantum processes, they can only be in discrete states. This is a principle then Erwin Schrödinger added mathematics to quantum mechanics. He discovered or formulated quantum mechanics based on waves, and thanks to him, if we have a computer that is strong enough, we can analyze the wave function and simulate it. But for this, we need a quantum computer. There are problems that can be solved that are very simple with Schrödinger equations, and one of these issues or problems solved by Schrödinger is that normally, as you mentioned, electrons need to jump in transistors. Semiconductors have barriers, and what they do is, if the barrier is low enough, the electron jumps. And if the barrier is high enough, the electron will not go through. With Schrödinger, with the wave equation, proved that if the barrier is high enough, the electrons will go through. And this is the principle that electrons can be in two places at the same time. This is a basic concept discovered by Schrödinger through his famous wave equation. Well, also in the Schrödinger part, many have heard about about Schrödinger's cat, which is a cat that is in a box, and there is he has venom, and he is with a alpha particle emitter. So he said the cat is alive or dead, and until we open the box, we'll know if the cat is alive or dead. But if alpha particles are emitted, we have no way of knowing what happens until we open the box. This is why he says the cat is superpositions, alive and dead at the same time. But it's until we do the measurement when we open the box that we will really prove if he's alive or dead. This is part of the wave equation formulated by Schrödinger. And who invented or proposed quantum computing? It was the famous Richard Feynman, physics Nobel Prize winner, very famous in quantum electrodynamics, he said that if we wanted to simulate nature, the only way to do it was through a quantum computer, because nature doesn't allow us to be discovered through classic computing. It needs a lot of processing, or we use quantum computing, or we won't be able to simulate nature. So from that moment, physicists started to think about how are we going to create a quantum computer, and this is where the idea started. Before the 80s, there wasn't an idea of a quantum computer. After the 80s, Feynman said, very well, if you want to do this, you have to do that. So physicists started to develop theories, and engineers at the same time started to implement new theoretical concepts of the physical people. Without an engineer, a physicist could have not done a lot. The engineer takes the ideas of physicists and implements them. That's what engineers do. So, what is the difference between bits and qubits? Bits is 0 and 1. There's an example in the screen where 0 can be bit no light and bit light, or the other way around. The 0 doesn't necessarily need to be no light or light. 0 is one thing and 1 is the contrary. And there isn't a way for the light bulb to be in the middle. Either you turn it on or turn it off. There's no way. In qubits, which is the measure of information of quantum mechanics, it doesn't follow this concept. We don't have a 0. It's on, off, and 1 is on. No. Now it's this way. We have all of them are on and off at the same time. There isn't a clear definition of whether it's turned on or turned off. Of course, in the macroscopic level as we see now, this won't happen because we're always looking at the light bulb, and the light bulb will always collapse to 0 or 1. This is why you see it turned on. Also in quantum mechanics, the same thing happens. The light bulb, I always see a light bulb on or off. I don't see that it's half turned on or half turned off. That's the way, because since we're looking at it, the pattern of waves associated to this light bulb collapses with the probability that it's closer. And I'm going to show you what that means. It collapses to the probability that is closer to the state. So in this case, when it's on, it collapses to 1. And when it's off, it collapses to 0. And this is the concept of superposition. This is what in math is superposition. We have psi, which normally is in a quantum state is psi. And in superposition, it means that there's a part in 0 and there's a part in 1. This is psi. And 0 is alpha, and it goes for state 1. Alpha and beta are amplitudes of probability. So this means that it gives a probability that when we observe the event, where the electron and photon is gonna go. And based on this is when the particle is going to go to alpha 0 according to probability alpha square, and it goes to 1 when there is beta squared. When alpha square is more than beta square, when we observe the event, it's going to collapse to state 0. If it's the other way around, if beta squared is bigger than alpha squared, the state is going to collapse towards state 1. This means that in the case of light bulbs, because of the law of probability, system's probability is always 1. So alpha squared and beta squared is always 1. So in the case of light bulbs, when it's turned on, it collapses to 1. So beta squared in this superposition was bigger than alpha squared, sorry. When it's turned off, it changes the state. Now it's in a completely different state. And the same thing happens when it's turned off. It collapses towards alpha squared because alpha squared is going to be bigger and it is in zero. So this is a basic concept of quantum mechanics and quantum computing. It has nothing to do with classic computing. The concepts are completely different. And I think that most of us are used to zeros and ones. It's very clear. In this case, the young people that are going to school, for them it's going to be easier because they're going to start saying, oh, psi alpha square, beta square. They're going to have the concept. Those of us that were born in 0 and 1 is a bit more difficult to understand. If it's in 0 and 1, how is it that now it's in alpha 0, beta 1? But this is going to happen with time, and little by little, we need to include this in all levels of society. This is an example of, there are 16, I have 4 light bulbs. We have 16 ways of connecting the light bulbs. 16 ways of turning in them on or off. I select 0011 of the 16 possible states. I turn off the first 2 and I turn on the last 2, sorry. If now I say 110, the states change and it goes to 1110. If I select 1000, the light bulb will turn on according to the states I selected, classic states selected. But what happens in the quantum world? They're all at the same time. The 16 states are exactly in all the light bulbs from 000 to 111. They're all there. When I look at the system, these 16 states will collapse to just one state. And what state are they going to collapse to according to the probability in which we have this state? In this case, that is 16, we're going to have alpha squared 0, alpha squared 1, alpha squared, beta squared 1, gamma squared 1, 2, sorry, and we're going to have pi squared 3. When we do the measurement, at that time, we will determine what are the light bulbs that are turned on. It can be that the state collapses to 111, 010. We don't know to what state it will collapse probabilistically, so it's another very specific characteristic of quantum mechanics. Probabilities. We don't have fixed events here in 0, 1 of normal bits. It's always going to be 0 off, 1 on. It depends on probability. The most I can say is with a probability, the final state of this system is light bulb 1, 2, or 5. 2 and 3 are turned on. But tomorrow I will experiment again. And I'm going to do the experiment again. If they said 1101, it can be 0100. If I do the experiment again, it can be 0000. If I continue doing the experiment, and if I do the experiment again, I'm never going to get the same state. So what happens in measurements, quantum mechanics, we need to do the measurement many times because the states are going to collapse to the biggest probability that exists. And if the natural state of the system is to have all the light bulbs turned off, for example, you're going to see of the 100 cases I do, 80 are going to be off. 10 are going to be 0010. 5 are going to be 1100. 1 is going to be 1100. So based on this distribution we have right now, I say probabilistically the state that collapsed is 0, 0, 0 because of 100 measurements I did. 80% of the measurements are in 0, 0, 0. Therefore, I say the state is 0, 0, 0. No one can say the state is 0, 0, 0, 1 by doing just one measurement because it's going to collapse to any state randomly. There isn't a way to predict this. It's completely random. This is the difference between the classic and the quantum. It's basically what I was saying. I have a cat, there's superposition, there's a entanglement, measurement, and then we have operators. So operators are what are called doors that operate over the qubits without the need of changing the states. Because we said that every time we measure a state, it changes. And to do calculations in quantum mechanics, what we do is we use mathematical operators that are applied to the wave equation that we saw, and this makes it transfer from one state to the other without collapsing, because we've not seen this as treating the states that is not observed, but it's just a mathematical application of an operator to the state that exists. And when I observe with a measurement of ultra frequency or light measurement in that state, is going to collapse to the most logical one, the most probabilistic one. And these are the 4 points, different points that exist between classic computing and quantum computing.
Superposition, intertwining, measurement, and the operators. Why is it hard to understand this? And this is the reason. We do not have to think that because we are doing a computational calculation, the candle produces light, the bulb produces light, the sun produces light. All produce light, but the technology behind it is not the same. So to understand it, you have to understand the technology. We understand a lot of classic mechanics, computation classic. We have now transistors, many components for producing electricity, but we know the system of semiconductors, but you cannot place an electron at a point where you cannot go on growing. So we need to move to a new technology, and this would be a completely different technology to solve problems that with classic computation you cannot solve. That is the principle of the quantum computer. So now we're gonna see. So we saw the theory. It's very basic. I don't expect you to understand it completely. Quantum mechanics, you won't understand it in a couple of minutes, but the idea that quantum mechanics is exclusively dedicated to solve problems that cannot be solved with classic computation. The second one is that the state won't exist until you measure. We cannot see the state of a system until we measure it. It could be a problem of superposition, and you have to collapse it to a particular state. We have the intertwining, which is 2 particles that share not the same status, but what happens to one particle happens to the other one. They can be close or not. They can be at the end of the galaxy, for example. That cannot be demonstrated, but theory says that this can happen. And there's been a couple of Nobel Prizes that have demonstrated that this concept exists. And the 2022 Nobel Prize was awarded to Professor Aspen because of he demonstrated that this could exist. Evidence exists. So the question is, the quantum are subatomic particles, electrons, photons, and the question is that does it really affect the macroscopic world? Cars, airplanes, ships, populations. These tiny particles, the study and the manipulation of these elements, can it affect the macroscopic world? Yes, the answer is yes, and a lot. This is a typical case of the internet. We are all used to see the famous little lock. So let's see the lock. Well, when we see the little lock, we are assured that the communication is being affected. There has been signatures of the certificates. You communicate with who you want to communicate with, and all that exists, and that is a very well-structured system working without any problem. This is a lock of 2048 bits, and this is an encrypting, and it exists when you install the browser. You also have the PKI when you connect with a bank. I don't know the key of the banks, but there is a PKI when I discover the public key of the banks, and I can communicate with them through this little lock. And you all know this. There's no problem there. But what is quantum computation? It resolves problems that cannot be resolved with classic mechanics or classic computation. This is a typical problem based on what we just talked. This is a untreatable problem. Quantum computing resolves intractable problems. It can be solved. This can be solved with quantum computation because that is precisely the concept that we're talking about. And why can this be solved? This is two prime numbers. We multiply two prime numbers, 7 and 3, 21. So we can say that now we have the 21. Discover what are the prime numbers. 2, 3, 1, no. 5, no. 7, yes. 7 times 3, 21. Okay, we solved the problem. But but if I have the number 397, well, first it cannot be halved. It has a third or it has a fifth. And as I go one by one until I can come up with the prime numbers. It might take me 5 minutes in a calculator, but if I tell you 357,287,532 million, and it's a huge number, and classic mechanics or classic computers cannot do it, or it might take a day. If it is done, it would take a long time. So maybe will take us 10 hours, 8 hours to solve the key. But there are numbers of 2048 bits, and they are the product of two primes. In theory, we have to factor them to obtain the components. In a classic computer, it would take hundreds of years using the brute force to try to find the two primes. But right now, we are guaranteed. That's not a problem. The classic, it would take 1,000 million years. Oh, we have certain guarantee. But the problem comes here. A quantum, 100 seconds. So imagine this scenario. I don't have the key 100 seconds, and be careful with this. 100 seconds is that it means that we need to have a powerful computer to solve problems like this one, like that could do factorization problems. Doesn't exist yet, but if it would exist in 100 seconds, you can do factorization problems, RCI. If we have the key, then I take the key of any person that, oh, I have the key, supposedly, so I don't need to go into the system to the HSM where the HSM where the keys are hidden. The only thing I would need to do is pick up any encrypted message. I run an algorithm. I extract the composition of the key. When I extract the composition of the key, then I know that private key or password, and then I can decipher any information that is linked to this password or this code, and I can get into all the information of that business or that person in 100 seconds. Well, this is really high. The computer has to be enormous with hundreds of thousands of qubits. It does not currently exist, but as the computer grows more, instead of 100 seconds, maybe 8 days initially, then the computer grows and it will be 7 days, then 6 days, and it goes decreasing, and as the qubit numbers grow, the time to decode decreases. So when it reaches 100 seconds to decipher a password or a code, now it's going to be very simple, but all the information will be compromised. If it can be done in 100 seconds, there is no limits. So that's the point of this. So that's part of it. What else can we do with quantic? It's not only malicious acts. There are many good things that can be done with quantum. For example, we can work in fixating nitrogen, like I said before, because we can have a powerful enough computer, and we can find better pesticides, better fertilizers for crops, and we can also improve in climate change because we can predict better the climate. Material science, we can create better batteries, for example. We have the electric cars now everywhere, where the lithium batteries are the base of the electric cars. But the electric batteries, we know the lithium batteries have the problem that they can collapse. They can short circuit depending on the charge, the sun, the heat. If they crash and there's a perforation of the battery, they can explode because the internal acceleration of the degradation is bad. It is very simple. There's not a good lithium model, a good lithium battery model. So we need better batteries, and we can do that with quantum. And well, we also have AI. There will be a point in which the model won't be powerful, computing power to predict things. Right now, well, it's expensive because we use a lot of energy in these data centers because of the machine learning, AI, but there will be a point in where there won't be data centers that can support the power of computers. So there will have the models will have to improve. They will have to move to quantum computer to help AI to continue to do what it's doing or to improve. Otherwise, it'll become stagnated. So that is the concept of quantum computer. So the question is, what challenges, what true challenges we have with quantum computing, which will affect us all, particularly in terms of security, because the quantum computer does not exist. The maximum that exists is 150 qubits, and and there are many. This one is manufactured by IBM, but there are several technologists in the pipeline. Who doesn't know who's going to come up with it? We don't know if it's going to be for which uses. What is it going to be used? So you have so many companies right now, like 16, that are developing the quantum computing with different technologies. They each have a different approach. One is doing it with superconductors, which needs cryogenic temperatures, 20 millikelvins, and the space is at 4 microkelvins, but the superconductors of IBM needs 20 millikelvins, which is much colder than the space out there. So it is going to need a lot of cooling energy. It's like 3 kilowatts to be able to maintain a cryogenic system, a cryogenic system. But there's also another system because it does not need cooling because it works with the light. But the problem is that light is very difficult to manage. It is the photons. You need to trap one photon to be able to make a calculation. There's no technology yet to do this. There are detectors for one photon, but it's not commercially available to produce qubits. It is early to say who's going to win the race, but there are several options in the pipeline. This is what I'm talking about. First, we have the laptop. This grows. It becomes a GPS. The CPUs is very mentioned in the NVIDIA provider who developed this technology for video games, I think in 2010. And they have an extra card that you would use with your computer for games. The image is improved, and so this processes and parallel to keep up the video in the CPU that produce the graphs to move the little figures. So they would go to the GPU, and those that did not have a GPU, the games were very slow because the classic computers had to process not only the rules of the game, but the graphs of the game. So you had to have a GPU if you wanted to have a decent game. And then this developed to the right, and that is the quantum computer, and that's IBM. And in the center, in the media, this what that I have in the screen is considered like a quantum computer. But to be clear, what you see in the screen is the refrigerator. This is only the refrigerator. If you see to the very back of that figure, those little pieces that protrude from that refrigerator, that's where the chips of the qubits are located. Everything that you see there, you have to lower the temperature to 20 millikelvins, and that cannot happen in so fast. It requires 48 hours to get to 4 kelvins or millikelvins. In each space that you see there, each layer that you see there is it is a temperature gradient that exists in a space of 4 degrees, and this is 273 minus Celsius. So so we are talking about 4 Kelvin. We are talking about 268 degrees Celsius, and and that's according to the theory, you cannot go down. You cannot go lower than 0 Kelvin. It's the lowest temperature in the universe. And for this machine, we need 20 millikelvins. So you can see that the media in quantic physics in this figure, that indicates that the quantum computer is very complicated, because like I said, this is just a refrigerator, and the dots in the bottom are where the qubits are located, and then there you have to place wires, cables, and those are needed for the measurements. That is not seen in the figure in the screen, but I'm just using it because it is to give you a mediatic idea. But when you observe this figure, that's what one of the 16 different manufacturers that exist are doing. It is not the only one, but sends the message that it is very complex. It requires a lot of technology. It is not that I'm going to have a quantum computer in my house and that's it. This refrigerator is inside a container, which is then closed hermetically, and then in the bottom you place the qubits. So that would be a quantum computer. So that's where the evolution needs to go. And these are the chips, and this inside the chip, it's the little black piece is the chip, and that is connected to the refrigerator that is here inside, and it needs to cool. And these 3 computers require cryogenic. And this is the more modern that exists right now, is the Nighthawk, which has been produced by IBM, and there's the Willow that is from Microsoft, the Willow from Google, and the Majorama from Microsoft. But those are just a few. There are many more. So now that we talk about the quantum theory, yes, I said it really affects us, and we can mention a lot of uses of quantum computing, but what we are really interested on, since we are moving to a digital transformation, and that quantum mechanics and quantum computing is advancing and supporting this transformation, the next part is, where is the problem of the vulnerabilities in security? That is the second part. We've called this the 3 friends, the tres amigos, 3 algorithms. The 3 algorithms, or the 3 friends. Quantum computing would not be so complex if these algorithms did not exist. The Shor algorithm invented in 1994, and this algorithm is a quantum method that factors large numbers with a modular periodicity. We have the whole message, the crypted message, but to be able to crypt this message, a huge or large number of prime numbers was used. That number can be extracted. Prime number somehow they have a they're cyclic. They're cyclic some way. And the algorithm of Shor is that he finds this cycle and then boom, you discover that prime number. And that was invented in 1994, discovered in 1994. Then this is this paper that he published is mathematical. And he said at that time, he said 10 or 100 million qubits. That is impossible. It is nice to know, like a theory, very interesting, but really this doesn't exist. And that's where this state. But in 1996, Robert Grover has produced or came up with the search algorithm. We are used to browsing or searching in our databases. We start looking for things one by one, and the number of times that we have to search is the number of elements in our list. If we have 5 elements in our list, we have to go from 1 to 5. If there's 10, then we have to go from 1 to 10, because if we skip one, maybe that's the one we were looking for. And if we have 1,000, we have to go from 1,000. If we have 1,000,000, we have to go from 1 to 1,000,000. And so Grover, what he did is a quantic algorithm where he estimates the number of searches in a value proportional to the square root of the number of elements. And the square root of 4 is 2, of 9 is 3. So instead of you looking 9 times, I looked 3 times. But 1,000,000? To look 1,000,000 elements? Well, with Grover, you reduce it to 1,000. It reduces 9,900 elements. So if we had 100 million, the square root of 100 million it's not an exaggeration, the benefit that it provides. But as we grow in algorithms, we improve. And that is where Brazard comes in 1997, and what he showed. Maybe you've heard what is a hash. A hash is an encryption where you do not, once you have a hash, you cannot go back. You cannot know where the hash is coming from, because the algorithms is I give my number of passport. When I give it a hash, I give it 20 digits. But based on this 20 digits, I can recover that passport number. For example, my personal ID, it has 20 digits, but there is no way to differentiate one from the other because they both have 20 digits unless you go one by one, because algorithms are known. So I start like this or that, but the hash is impossible. But because there is a quantic algorithm to resolve this problem, it's undoable with the classic computer, but with quantic computer, you can decipher hashes. So, but a hash is a prime number, so you can decipher the Grover and Brazard, they decipher the other types of encryption. So if these 3 algorithms are combined, there are no possibility that the current security system are safe. Any system that uses ARC or EAS, they will be deciphered, and so that's a huge problem. So now we can say that quantum computer does not exist. So if it does not exist, well, why will I worry about it? At the moment that it exists, then I will have to do something about it. I'll be concerned. But that is an approach. Yeah, you can take that approach. But the problem is that what is currently happening is that the process, the harvest now, the decrypt later. What is this process? So what the hackers work is to read encrypted information and store it. All the encrypted information is being stored. Why? Because at the moment that the quantum computer exists, that encrypted information, boom, it will be able to be deciphered. So if I had a transaction of 20 quetzales in 2026 and I discovered that I deposited 5 quetzales in my account, well, I I don't care. For me 20 years from now, I don't care if this transaction was discovered. I don't really care. Or if I sent a photo of my cat or my dog, that doesn't matter either. But the problem is when you generate national confidential secrets, and they have to be protected and from enemies. And this protected confidential data have to be protected because it means national security. So if we have this guy that says, it's an example, like a country is going to build a metro system in 2030, and it's going to select X company to build the metro. Well, these are the blueprints, and this is how we want it done, and this will be delivered to the provider, and the provider keeps this secret because these are the tunnels I'm going to build, these are the stops that I'm going to build, everything that a metro requires. This is a confidential or secret document. Right now, it's protected with encryption, and you send it by email. You're cool about it. Because email is protected, well, no problem there. And you have, but if someone is reading that information, it's going to save it, and in 5 years, when the quantum computer exists, they will find out about all these elements, and for example, chemical formulas for a medicine, and you want to protect these formulas, and you place them in a protected digital spaces that are digitally protected, and supposedly these places are safe. But if you can read and decipher encrypted information, all this medicine formula, all the secret formulas will be at risk. So this is the problem that is harvest now, decrypt later. That is very important to keep this in mind.
The message here is that organizations can adopt encryption to quantum measurements. There are no algorithms that cannot be encrypted by a quantum computer. We're going to talk about encrypting agility. But to protect ourselves about all these problems, what we're recommending is to use algorithms that are resistant to quantum computing. This is a threat that exists, but it's not just this one. This worse than harvest now, encrypt later, because the previous one is secrets. Perhaps it's 20 years later. This one is much more problematic, which is called trust now, forge later. What does this mean? As we can see, since we can find the ARC passwords for the signatures, as you know, each certificate has a signature, and each signature is ciphered with an RSA. So what does this signature do? It says that it comes from where it says it comes. It identifies the one that sends this. So if I say, I, Julio, I'm sending a message, and in my signature it says, Jose, forget about it. You won't believe this. I'm not Julio, and the message was signed by Julio. Yeah, that's right. I accept this. So what happens? In the devices that exist right now in the sensor, what sensors do is that they're remotely connected to a power system and is monitoring messages in substations, voltage in substations, temperature in a home, in a company, in an oven, monitoring many things. And these devices send information to centralized systems, and centralized systems check, oh, it's coming from this sensor. Accepted. So temperature is growing in substation H. Also, they send a command that says you need to lower temperature, or send someone to check it, send staff to check it. And this is how it works with sensors. What happens if I can go into the sensor and read who is signing this and copy this signature? If I am a hacker, what I'm going to do is take this signature, I'm going to generate a code, a signature, a software for this device, and I'm going to tell it what you have to do is when the temperature rises, don't notify anyone. Or say, report more temperature than exists. Or let them know that the thunder system is not working. So it's gonna tell where it comes from. It comes from the factory. I accept this message. Yeah, it's true. I agree with that. And it loads the new signature. When it loads the new signature, it's I hack the device. So the next time the temperature goes up, it's not gonna be reported. So in the end system of the centralized system, the temperature is correct because it, and then the transformer explodes because the temperature was too high, because you told the device don't notify the firmware. It was modified in such a way that it directly affected the system, and it's going to cause a huge issue. This is another issue that exists, that is trust now, forged later. And where are RSA? This is the famous RSA we have everywhere. And if we talk about this, if we can discover the premiums that develop RSA, we can look at the keys, and with the keys we can read the information however we want. We can read it, we can discover things that should not be discovered. Another important thing is country sovereignty. You can get to a point where you blackmail a country and you say, oh, you are on the side of country A when you voted this because country A said you had to do it, and they gave you an X amount of money. And you tell the country, look, if you don't give me this amount of money, I'm going to publish this. And as a country, well, that's not okay. So they blackmail a country, they can blackmail a country and affect the sovereignty of the country and keep it tied to procedures that are non-legal. The other one is AES, which is the other type of ciphering. What AES says is currently AES is used with 256 bits. 256 bits, what that causes 2 to the 256 number of hashes. So currently, not even you cannot even solve it with Grover. 256 is enough evidence that it's not gonna be cracked easily by Grover, but the problem is that it's not broken by Grover. The problem is that It's going to be an algorithm that does better searches in the hashes, because right now it's Grover. But not just Grover and Shor exist in the world. We can have someone from the university that is studying quantum computing in the next years, and I can have an algorithm that can break this AES. So the problem is in that although we say that algorithms are safe, we don't know what's going to happen and why this happens. These are mathematic algorithms based on math formulas, and it tells us how to calculate it here with RSA or how to calculate AES. So since it's mathematical, there are algorithms behind them, and if there are algorithms behind them, ultimately, if there's a computer that is powerful enough, it's going to be able to be cracked, or a person that imagines an algorithm is going to be able to create one that will decipher it. So this is why we say that the new algorithms that are protected from quantum mechanics don't ensure that this is gonna be forever. There's a new algorithm. I'm not scared that nothing's gonna happen. No, that's not the problem. The problem is that someone else can come to change it, and we are screwed because we need to add another algorithm. And this is what I said before: crypto agility. Crypto agility. This is something very interesting. I have two options that are standardized to move the RSA towards these new algorithms. Now, these algorithms doesn't ensure that in 6 months or a year, 2 years, they're going to be cracked again. So doing migration of RSA to NIST requires, it's complicated. It's not that easy. Currently, systems are not prepared for this, so we cannot say, oh, I'm going to change PLS as we do with 1.1 TLS if they found a vulnerability and it was moved by 1.2 and 1.3. No one heard about this because since the processes are normally there to do that, to update some algorithms, it's simpler to do this. But in the case of quantum, since it's completely new, well, first we need to do an inventory. What we need to protect or sort of protect. So this part is very complicated. It's very complex. And if they're going to change algorithms every 6 months and I have to do this every 6 months, it's a disaster. So we have the concept that your agility and we need to automate everything. These are systems that we need to update. All the change part needs to be updated automatically so that when someone finds someone and we need to make a change, we do an automatic update and everything is updated automatically. This is something important we need to have in the concept of fragility. Here we have something very interesting, and there's a huge problem in long useful life. So many times they're so old that memory is very small. It doesn't allow you to do a lot of hardware movement. If we need to change something, add a new algorithm, that cannot be done. So we need to analyze case by case, coordinate activities well, documented, because there are many procedures, many old things that even the owners of the computers or systems know exist. But since we've never had to do this, We've never taken this into account. So at some point right now, okay, well, we need to do this. We need to do this as quickly as possible, but not in a way that is point by point. It needs to be done in a coordinated manner. This is what we have to do early migration of resistant algorithms because it's important for them to standardize them. It's important to have infrastructure and know the infrastructure and train the people because this doesn't exist right now. No one can certify right now and say I'm going to install the new system and who says it's well done? Who says that the algorithms are going to work? And not just do the change, test them, do an end-to-end, coordinate with regulators that are going to say what are the parameters that will be regulated, or add a new algorithm. And if I'm communicating with the bank and the bank is not changing, well, it's bothersome. So then I'm going to have it, but not on the other side. So it needs to be orderly to maintain consistency, or we will get annoyed. An important thing is the Q day. This is a concept that we've been managing in the media. Q day is the day in which we're going to have a computer that is powerful enough to crack the codes, the passwords. When we made this presentation, this was in 2030. I didn't want to update this because it's relatively well dated. We're doing 2029 because Google is saying that for 2029 their systems will change to withstand the new technology. If Google is doing it, it's like following the big ones. If they are doing it for 2029, it's evidence enough that by 2029 it's very probable that systems will be compromised. So if the big one that has millions and millions says that 2029 is the way it has to be, we need to follow it. Evidence shows that it's 2029, but it's still not there. There isn't a computer that exists for this. It's 150 qubits. To solve this problem, there is a paper published where we need 100,000 qubits. We have 156, so we still have a long way to go. But we don't know when it's going to happen. When it's going to go from 156 to 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000. This is something that is becoming prominent right now. The B2C are based on mathematics models. This means the PQC systems are quantic and these are mathematic, and what we need is to have a good algorithm that breaks this mathematics. And it's shown that this can be done. So now to avoid this, there are clients that don't just need math protection but require physical protection based on quantum mechanics. These passwords that can be cracked mathematically, the new algorithms, passwords are created just with the RSA, not with primes, but it's very more difficult to create the password, but they're generated based on a mathematical algorithm that is very clear. And if we can solve this algorithm, we will find the passwords. It's hard, yes, but it can be done. So there is also quantum password generation, and this is based in quantum mechanics. And it's a process. Since it's a quantum processing, the key is extremely random. So it's discovering it easily as it's done with Shore cannot be done, because what Shore does discovers the need of this prime number. So here it's a number that is completely random, that cannot be discovered with just one, and there isn't a brute force uh, to do this. There isn't an algorithm that can solve this, discover the algorithm generated by mechanics. It's impossible. It's shown that it cannot be done, and it has the advantage that it can be discovered if the password has been compromised. If there's someone that is in the link to monitor the passwords and discover them. If there's someone in the password, since it's quantum technology, as we said before, when we touch a state, at that moment he changes and collapses. And the generation of this key, it could collapse and it says, oh, someone is listening. This is like part of the QKD, is to discover not just a password that cannot be cracked, but if someone is trying to listen to this password, it can be that someone listens to it, and if they copy it, they will have the password. Like the previous case is reading it, but in this case, we generate the key or the password and we monitor the password. And if someone is listening, uh, they can see the password and delete it. What is being done currently to improve or to protect ourselves from those quantum problems? Regulation. Regulation is basic because it is at the level of a country, but globally, if we want to act. To be very clear, right now, the United States is going to forbid that from 2030, those companies that are doing business with the federal government must move their systems to PQC, and this is going to be mandatory. And it's going to be mandatory not in the country because Guatemala is sovereign, but if the U.S. plays PQC algorithms and Guatemala is not doing it, or Costa Rica, or El Salvador, Paraguay, or Argentina, if they don't do it, they're not going to be able to talk to the federal government, because the federal government and the U.S. is going to have passwords, different algorithm, and when we try to establish communication with them, they will reject the calls. They will change things in 2030, and we have to say, okay, what are they doing in the world to more or less follow them and negotiate whether we want a specific parameter with El Salvador because we're close by. We can say, listen, for this algorithm, use this parameter. For that algorithm, use this. And if we want to get connected with Europe, you need to use this algorithm. So we need to negotiate one by one. So the regulation is basic because the regulator will say the regulatory system is in the country. To connect with Europe, we have this algorithm, use your parameters. For Central America, we have these parameters, and give the possibility of negotiating point by point when necessary, because a user has a possibility or is unique, so it needs to have the option of being able to do a point by point. But we cannot let Bank A decide the algorithm and then Bank B make another one, and then Ministry of Defense does one, the Ministry of Economics does another one, and then you won't be able to talk among themselves in the country, much less abroad. The regulator needs to ensure that there isn't a disorderly transition, because if there is, there are going to be cases where vulnerabilities will be introduced in the communications. Communication is going to be compromised, because since there is such a mess and so many problems, it's going to be a problem. We need to have a clear regulation. Another important thing is that we need to understand the complexity of transition. It's not just moving an algorithm from one to the other. It's not as easy because algorithms are no longer like, oh, I'm going to find a prime. Now it needs to generate a special password, and the passwords are huge compared to the ones that exist now. It's very probable that computers cannot carry the load because they have more. The keys, passwords are much more complex, require more processing, and it's probable that half of the time processing goes in the passwords because the computer is very small, and we need to do an analysis of the hardware based on the algorithms. I choose this algorithm because it's regulated, and I want these parameters and the key. And does your system really can support this processing? You need to study the system. If it's the server, we need to buy new servers, or you have to reduce the number of bits of the passwords. It's on a case by case basis. Another thing, another thing is funds for this. It's just about planning a budget. And what we need to do is think about this annually. We need to reduce automatic systems. Something important that we have right now, we have the rule of the 47 days. If what was said is that if someone detects a password, they are deciphering, they found all the information of a country is encrypted. Now they go to the quantum computer to analyze it key by key. Not as easy as I upload the key and I have X government. It can be that I add the password and it's my password of a picture I sent 20 years ago, or a transaction that Jose Perez did 10 years ago, and there's a picture that was sent 5 years ago. Doesn't really need to be secret keys. But it's been said that it's very probable that we find a key that is real, useful, every 47 days of deciphering. The computer is deciphering, and we say that 47 days is a possibility. Might not be the case, but the possibility of finding a key is 47 days. So we've done the rule of the key change every 47 days. So it's been said that you need to adapt the key, shorten the passwords every 47 days. If someone knows how, or the problem of rotating passwords every year, which is what normally happens, do it every 47 days is something that is complicated. So there are automated processes where we can determine what we have in each system and update the keys automatically according to a procedure. So there need to be ways to maintain this password control, and the important thing is start early, not leave it to the last day, because the problem right now, well, it's not a problem since there isn't a true threat. People say, "Oh, I'll do that later," and when when they need to be replaced comes and they say, "I want someone to do that," everyone is going to say, "Oh, I need someone to do it," and resources are going to be very limited. So picture that the bank A comes and has left it for later, and when they're gonna do it, there's no one that will do it because everyone is busy working with Bank C and with the government, etc. So what does the bank have to do? They need to close and not operate. So the bank needs to be closed until someone makes these changes, and uh, but the problem is going to be that in the beginning it's going to be very expensive, very complicated if we do not take the relevant actions foreseeing this issue, because it's going to be a chaos. when we say that the keys are being deciphered. And the most interesting thing is that it has been discussed all over the world. And if it's a Western country that finds a computer that can crack RSA, it's going to be probable that they take the mean. Oh, they say we are the first one, we have a computer, we're the best, blah blah blah. If it is done by an unfriendly state, they are able to find the password of this computer of an unfriendly state. No one's going to say anything. There's not going to be a hype in press. No one's going to say anything, or they're going to start deciphering, and blackmailing is going to start. This is the big issue since no one knows when this is going to happen. I have a graph about when it's going to happen, more or less, and we're going to see it further along. This is based on what we have seen in other countries and other implementations. We believe that to do a correct transition of what exists right now to have a full update, it's 3 years. 3 years of work where we need to have funds to move, and it depends on the size of the company. If it's a small company that doesn't have a lot of users, of course, that's not a lot. But if it's a company like a bank that has hundreds of ATMs, hundreds of branches, a huge number of connections with other banks, their systems are very complicated. It's not as simple to say, I'm going to go to the system tomorrow, I'll turn it off a while, I'll change the algorithm and I turn it on. No, that's not going to happen.
So what is the important thing here? Funds. It seems no, but the research says that this is $70 million that have invested in quantum computing. It's not something that is happening out of a sudden. It's been going on for a while strongly. This last slide is when is the qubit date. There is no clear date, but this is what happens. The number of qubits necessary to break a password or a code. It started with 100 million and it's going down. Now it's 100,000 and it continues to decrease, but we don't know when. Number of qubits that can keep a sufficient coherent, the number of qubits that states can keep so that computing goes on. So the time is very important. Right now it's microseconds. We cannot do much. But when we have the right time and the number of qubits is the right number, that will be Q day. 2029 maybe, 2030. Nobody knows exactly when, but there is a lot of work toward 2029 that would be Q day. This is my last slide just to show rapidly. The browsers have IPs, APIs, and more than. If I'm going to change all the ecosystem, is intertwined. So it's very complex saying, I'm just going to change this or that. It's not so easy. And finally, there is some help. There are persons in Guatemala that have been working and put this in order. If you have interest in knowing more, this is the email at the bottom of the slide. There are Guatemalans that are very interested in promoting promoting this work. So this is the end of my conference. I don't know if I'm over the time, but I'm here to answer any questions.
Ay, Dios, sí.
Excellent presentation, super interesting. It really is food for thought. There's a couple of hands raised, so let's start with you. Congratulations, Don Julio. Thank you very much for this presentation. I am Octavio Ramirez from Mexico. So, what is your vision? I wanted to ask you originally, what is the vision of the geopolitics in the economy of the quantum transition? I think you super answered this, but something more practical in terms of the universities. In from your point of view, which universities are leading the going to quantum computing? Which universities are leaders? Well, this what I told you, this uh, these processes are going on. Many universities in Europe and in all the countries of Europe, in all the states of the United States, they exist. Singapore too. And these are the RC computers. They are developing the quantum computer. But in case someone has a computer, a quantum computer, then we'll have the problem. The universities that they are not involved in PQC. It is not an academic topic. It is more a practical topic. So the university finally, or the big companies, develop a quantum computer. At that moment, the ARC is broken, and information will begin to decrypt. So what universities are doing is producing people that understand quantum, that they understand the quantum algorithms, so at some point they can develop quantum apps. But answering your question, in reality, this process is not academic; it is commercial, and it, and like a threat. It's a secondary problem. Would be the quantum computer. Thank you. I am Jose Antonio from Superintendency of Telecommunications. So this initiative that you shared in the email, this domain, is it an initiative of the private sector or the government sector? It is entirely private. And you, as an expert in this area, do you have a knowledge of any initiative where the different governments are warning to ensure that the public institutions have access to this type of tools? In Europe, in Japan, in Singapore, in the United States, the governments, through the regulators, are pressuring the transitions of PQC. England, it is having a total regulation. All the companies that are registered in England have to change by 2035. In the United States, the regulator is also mandating that by 2030, all their systems have to change. The problem we're looking at is Latin America is falling back. It's some countries are starting, but Latin America is lagging behind. Some countries are trying to start, but no country is taking actions from the regulators. There's no country that is saying, let's start to regulate, let's start to train people, because they need to understand what we're talking about. So that people have to be informed, have to be trained, they have to understand the new challenge. I have not seen in Latin America a serious investment or something consistent of any government that is taking action. And maybe do not know about initiatives. I know Uruguay is trying. Chile passed a bill of law, but there is of no internationally, we do not know of any serious efforts, at least nothing published. And this should be very well known. And Latin America is lagging behind a lot. Juan Carlos Valeras from Mexico. And my question is, in regard to your talk that was so interesting, how can we draft a multilateral governance framework that accelerates these transitions in cryptography post-quantic, and that allows us to work, and so we cannot open that security breach for countries that are in development, as other more developed countries are doing? Well, the governance here is basic, because the governance is what is going to help and guide the country, not only the country, but the industry, the economy, how to carry out this governance, how to implement it. Governments have to start the conversation. For example, the participation of Olga in internet governance. There has to be a governance on the transition, following up many of the same processes that Olga is already promoting. I've seen her papers, and I think they can be reconverted, repurpose them to tackle this problem in an orderly fashion, because if there is a failure, someone has to be responsible. Someone has to approve the algorithms. Someone has to say if there is a vulnerability. Someone has to say this is the number of days that we have. What is the agreement level that we have to resolve any breaches, and so a breach occurs, who's responsible? Governance is essential. Difficult to implement, maybe not so much, but it requires a lot of will and a lot of hard work, because if we go through the transition, but there's nobody to follow up and to define clear processes, the transition by itself, it's not the answer. You have to have governance infrastructure to ensure that this is going to work. An applause for Julio again, please. Thank you, Julio. Super interesting. We are all thinking about what you said. Last year I was in Brazil, was invited for a conference, and some of the advances of universities and some networks of telecommunications based in photons. But what I don't see, but I agree with you, I see academic initiatives, academics that are studying this matter, but some companies doing it, but I don't see governments really concerned about it or doing much about it, putting effort. What happens in our region is that there's a lot of urgencies. There are many urgencies that have to do with the economy, with jobs, with society, and these topics that seem to be far in the future are not in the daily agenda. But the world is moving forward and technology is advancing, so we have to pay attention. Julio, thank you very much. Super interesting. I hope that meet you in person soon. And I want to wrap up with something interesting in Guatemala. I found out that 2 weeks ago, many companies were hacked. Government entities and they were the victims of a ransomware. So you see that if you do not solve these problems, it's going to be 1,000 or 2,000 times more complicated than what you lived in Guatemala 2 weeks ago. I hope that the message permeates and that it reaches persons that can take actions. Okay, Julio, thank you again. My many greetings and thank you for accepting our invitation. Yeah, food for thought. It, ev- starting with Max this morning with everything he talked about AI. And now let's go to something more earthly, down to earth, like lunch. Please, I had to chase you during the coffee break. Not so much, but several were here punctually after the coffee break. So please don't make me chase you after lunch. In the afternoon, we're going to have a talk on DNS abuse, and then we'll have a talk with Kim Davis, who manages our Diana, which is a very important part of ICANN. And his talk will be in English, but we'll try to use the interpretation. Some persons need to confirm transport. Please fill out the the roles. I think that up here up front we have the form that you need to fill for transport confirmation.
Hola, ¿nos sentamos? Tengo a Denis.
I have Dennis online. Hi, Dennis. Welcome. Thank you, Olga. Let's wait for everyone to sit down because they're just returning from lunch because in Guatemala it's 3 p.m. But lunch extended a bit, so thank you very much for being here with us, Dennis. Dennis works in a very important company for a very important domain name company called VeriSign, the company that manages and coordinates the largest domain name registries that are the biggest. He's going to tell us about this. And we had a very interesting talk from ICANN. Dennis is a platform management. Uh-oh, they take the name off of the screen. So we had Rodrigo de la Parra and Nicolas Antoniello from ICANN. So they were explaining in detail how the domain name system works. And here we have all the fellows in the room. We have people from Peru, and I know that's your country. And we have virtual scholars from the whole region and from other countries. So thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you for being here with us and flexibility for changing the schedule because we had some last minute agenda changes, and thankful for your participation and for the support of Dennis for to the school. And I don't know if I'm gonna see you in Sevilla or not. Yes, I'm gonna be in Sevilla. So yeah, we'll cross paths somewhere. Adriana and Oscar Mesano sends their greetings. We'll see you in a hallway in Sevilla. The floor is yours. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you, Olga. Thank you, Adrian, for the invitation. Very happy to be here in this 2026 version. And today, because Olga presented as Olga introduced me, I work for VeriSign. My title has been updated in the latest months. I work in policies and regulations of internet governance, and my specialty is, or my focus is in uh, abuse through DNS. So what I want is to bring this conversation on a development policy, which is currently occurring in ICANN, which is the first of many development policy development processes uh, that they're doing in ICANN to reduce abuse through DNS, and I hope it's useful for all of you and that we have a good interaction through the Q&A in the Q&A session. Can we show my slides, please? And I think we need to switch one of the screens because I don't know what slide we're in. Hi, Dennis. Sorry, I was in the back looking at the technical part. Dennis, can you share the presentation from your computer, or is it complicated? Sorry, I was in the back and I could not turn on the microphone. I don't think I can do it. Okay, we'll upload it from here. Meanwhile, can you remind me about the TLDs that VeriSign coordinates. The .com part, VeriSign manages the .com, .net registries as well. We also have two of the root servers, server K and server J. Great, perfect. And with them, we process over 600 trillion DNS a month. Give me a second. If not, I will share it. There we go. I apologize. So we always have this as a backup. I'm sorry that I can't do it from here. Oh no, no, that's okay. But we were thinking that you were gonna share this. Yeah, we have it. We have a small TV studio for streaming, so sometimes the tech things take a while. When is a round of new GTLDs? I understand that the application window was open and it's gonna close in August, if I'm not wrong, but don't listen to what I'm saying. I'm not following it exhaustively, but I know, yeah, we are showing the screen. We see the first one and let us know when we change, and we will continue. We will follow your indications. I'm sorry for the delay. No worries, Olga, and thank you. Just to reestablish the path, I wanted to bring this conversation about a policy development process that is being developed currently in ICANN, which is a PDP, process of policy development, to find solutions and reduce uh, uh, DNS abuse via domain name system, and it's something that's gonna happen in a couple of months, potentially years, because these processes have a cycle of work that is more or less extensive. We will. Let's go to the next slide, please. Before we go into detail with what is the current PDP of DNS abuse, I just wanted to give you a general overview about what is a policy for a process of a policy development in ICANN. And with this, I just want you to recall four characteristics. The first one is that a PDP is a governance tool. Through this process, the ICANN community that is mostly formed by volunteers organized in several formal groups can establish new regulations, whether they are regulations by consensus that are mostly focused. There are new applications focused on the registrations or registrars like VeriSign, for example, that add obligations to our operations. Other results that a PDP can generate are better practices or implementation pathways of different problems that want to be solved. So first of all, first point, we have a governance uh, amendment. PDP has an approach that is top to bottom, as is known bottom up. What does this mean? That the policies and the needs and the solutions we need to find come out of this voluntary groups from the bottom up. What this means is that the policies are not imposed by the ICANN organization or its directory, but the other way around. From bottom up, volunteers determine that there's a need for solutions, and through established procedures or processes, these needs for regulation issues, we seek to develop solutions. So it's bottom up. The third characteristic is multi-sector. As you know, because of the discussion you had yesterday about ICANN, there are different groups that form part of the ICANN community. In these groups, we have the DNS industry, like VeriSign. We also have registrars. I've heard you've heard GoDaddy, Namecheap, etc. Other industries are also involved that are organized in the business group or the group of, for example, those that look at intellectual property. There are groups of technical experts regarding DNS and other types of protocols, and in general, the community in general. And many times, these groups, as you can see, are gonna have goals that are different. But the multi-sector ICANN model promotes that these groups of different groups with different goals try to discuss and release and find solutions that have general support. Not always everyone or all the groups will be happy with the policies that happen, but we always try to reach a common goal where there are agreements and we can solve it and create regulations in this regard. The fourth characteristic I that I want to share is legitimate. And what does this mean? Is that the policy development process follows a process that is specific and rigorous throughout the whole life cycle of the policy. So it starts with a report called the issue report, which is nothing more than a discussion of the issue we want to solve. We establish what is the issue and what is a possible solution that can happen through a regulation. Then, after we approve the work, there's a working group that will be released, and depending on the nature of the issue we have, different groups will intervene on this. Sometimes it can be more technical, sometimes, like with the case of the DNS, it can attract more voices to deliberate on the pros and cons on probable solutions. Once the working group deliberates and provides certain recommendations, these follow rigorous processes so that one, they can consult with the community in general, where the community has the opportunity of looking at or providing input so that they can adjust the recommendations. And once product is established, this product goes to the Council of GNSO and the ICANN directors so that they are approved. There are much more details in all this process, but I wanted to give you like an overview of the policy development, development policy development process. Next slide. This is a picture. I'm sure you've seen it before. This is the process of policy development of GNSO of ICANN. GNSO is a generic name supporting organization. It's the one that the council that the group that looks at policies and regulations for domain names that are generic, because we had generic like .com, .net, .org, but we also have those that belong to the countries. For example, .pe, .cl, .ar, policies and regulations that regulate the high domain name of the countries have different processes. Here we're just looking at regulation processes for those names that are generic. And as you can see, it has different steps. All the steps need to be fulfilled, and some steps there's certain flexibility regarding time, and others they are required by the ICANN regulations, and we're more or less talking about, for example, in the case of the PDP we're looking at of DNS abuse, we are taking into account period of 18 months to provide the final report. Next slide, please. Very well. So, leaving behind what is a PDP, here we go into the discussion about specifically the DNS abuse PDP that is being developed currently. It started a couple of months ago. We will continue discussing or deliberating rather on the recommendations during ICANN 86 in Sevilla, and we expect that we can deliver, not deliver, but publish the initial report around February next year, 2027. This is just for you to get an idea of times that we are managing. But talking specifically about this PDP, it's called Check of Domain Name Association, Associated Domain Name Check in English. What is the issue that we want to resolve? The problem we want to solve is that criminals many times register domain names, not just one or two, but in large amounts. We're talking about perhaps dozens of names, hundreds or thousands even. The issue is that currently the requirement to mitigate or stop or eliminate DNS abuse is through reports that come to registrars, and it can be normally be one by one. It's not normally a report can have one domain name, two domain names, etc., but there isn't an obligation so that the registrar be that is investigating this abuse report looks at other domain names that can be associated to that case in such a way that a campaign of phishing can be mitigated with just one research. Many registrars currently do this association check as a better practice, but many registrants don't do this. So the idea of this PDP is to create these new requirements, these new minimum requirements, so that all the registrants can do this. And this is one of the characteristics that the PDP, or one of the characteristics that a regulation through consensus seeks to establish a minimum requirement so that all the operators proceed the same way. We are not looking to define a demand in practice, but it's a minimum through everything, having established that many registrators do this for better practices. So this is the issue we want to solve, that a report that is verified, confirmed of DNS abuse can help disable bigger campaigns where the registrar finds domain names associated because they use the same email, they use the same servers, or they use the same payment method, etc. Find these indicators in such a way that we can identify campaigns in the domain names they are managing. In the environment of deliberation, what are we trying to define? One, when do we need to activate the obligation, when the registrar needs to act or do this check? Second, how expansive should this check be? What is the deadline to do this? Also, other safeguards that mean trying to take care or respect the privacy of the registrants, of the person or entities that register domain names, not try to surpass the limits that the registrars can have, that they are located in different parts of the world with different types of regulations. Laws and politics should not be in conflict with them. Also, what we're deliberating on is how can we measure the effectiveness of the new regulation and many other things. Another aspect that PDP has is who participate in this exercise. As I said before, it's multi-sector. In this case, the PDP invited practically basically all the working groups that exist in the community of ICANN, and by nature, since we have a lot of groups, a lot of people have different point of views, different opinions, offer different solutions, but at the end of the day, what the group needs to produce is a product that has consensus, that is not necessarily everyone agrees, but the large majority is in agreement with the result that needs to be delivered. Next slide, please. And going a bit more into detail about what is being discussed and deliberated on this working group, and I'm just giving an example here about 3 of the 9 questions that the working group has. Just to give you an idea, each working group is governed by a document. I can find the translation is the charter, as the working document that defines what the working group needs to define. There are specific questions that the working group needs to deliberate on and develop recommendations. And in the case of this PDP, these are the 9 questions or 9 items that the working group needs to deliberate on and create and develop recommendations. I'm going to talk about the 3 first ones because they are the 3 recommendations or 3 basic questions that basically inform the PDP. First, we have what thing activates the requirement, and here the working group, the majority of the working group, they all think is that investigation of associated names need to start when the registrar determines that they have a report of abuse of DNS that is confirmed. This is what in English is called as actionable reports. And this is important, but there's an important distinction to be made here. The registrars receive every day different reports of internet abuse. For example, phishing. Many cases can be cases of that the domain name was compromised or hacked. A criminal has accessed the account of a person, an entity, and is using this legitimate account to create new domain names or insert phishing websites within someone's website. These cases are in this working group are not within the environment of discussion. So what we seek is when the registrar determined that the case being investigated is potentially done caused by a criminal, and there are different attributes that the registrar can do to determine this probability that it has been registered for malicious effects. So, for example, when the domain name has been registered a couple of hours ago or a couple of days ago and has been reported uh, for phishing. So, when this happens, we need to activate an investigation. And once again, I want to repeat here many registers that do this nowadays as a better practice. But the idea, the solution is that in practice, the practice is extended to all the registers. The other two questions, 2 and 3, what thing is an association and what is an investigation, go hand in hand. The idea here is that we are not prescriptive in the solution. What I mean is that, and as context for you to understand why we don't need to be as prescriptive, is because registers, we have different registers, different types of registers. We have registers that only work with the model of the wholesaler that offer platforms so that others can use register. An example for you to understand this are those, for example, businesses that create websites for other people and they themselves can offer services of domain name, but they're not credited by ICANN. So they go to a wholesale registrator and they use their platform to register domain names through them. This is a type of register model. Other types of registers, like GoDaddy, directly offer to the end user, they offer domain names. So different registers are going to have different models of information they have through the system. They will collect different information. So for this reality, the regulation itself or the resulting policy should not be as specific. It needs to be done based on principles, and for example, in terms of association and investigation, that is reasonable for the association to be using attributes or indicators that the registrar has handy. For example, the account of the entity that is registering the domain name and other data associated to the account of the entity that registers domain name. So this way, they capture the intent of the policy, but without saying exactly, oh, you need to check an email or the payment account number. I hope you understand that. Then, after this, the other questions are being developed. If you're curious, you can look at the ICANN website, and I can share through the chat or through Olga and Adrian. I can give you the wiki, or you can look at all this information. By the way, it's published and it's of public access, so anyone can look at. Well, one, you can be registered as uh, participants or observers of the work so that you can have access to the what's the word I forgot, the Zoom platform of all the meetings. You have access to the material, you can read and be part of this work as well. But anyways, we will continue with the next slide, please. And from here, I take a leap to what comes next. So we were discussing a bit about, I wanted to give you an overview of what things are being developed currently with this first DDP on DNS abuse. But I wanted to leave with you the idea of what is coming. In the beginning, my conversation, one of the important things, or one of the most important things in PDP, is the issue report. This report where we discuss what is the issue. This thing here, this is a snapshot of the issue report that GNS gave the community regarding the DNS abuse of DNS abuse. In this issue report, it identified different areas where we can do work. As you can see in the box In red, 3 areas were identified as high priority. The first one is precisely just what we discussed, which is the PDP number one, associated domains check. We're going to have a number two PDP that will explore the subject of the use of tools, automated tools for the registration, large amounts, what some refer to as batch registrations, and how we can reduce the malicious use of these tools. The third subject, the third area of high priority, is how to improve coordination to mitigate botnet attacks through the DGA domain names. And then we also have a number of areas where we can also explore more work, and this will come with time.
I didn't want to go into a lot of detail. There's a lot more to discuss, but I simply wanted to convey to you the impression that reducing the abuse of DNS is complex. It has different angles, and the GNSO is working to resolve these aspects and others that will be identified as the work groups develop and work and have conversations. I think that was my last slide. So now we have a time for Q&As. Any questions about the presentation or other topic? I am very pleased to continue this productive conversation. An applause for Denise. Denise, one question. Once the PDP is finished, how can it become a concrete activity with the different registrants? Does the board have to approve it? What is the final process look like? Once the work group publishes the initial report, this is published for a public consultation. Usually it's 42 days. After that, the work group has to review the consultation aspects or details. Sometimes there are observations or support letters, so the work group has to review it to see what things would be included and what would not be included, and give a report to the community about this consultation. Once all this has been processed, the work group publishes the final report, which is sent to the council, to the GNSO, to the board for its approval. And once the GNSO approves it, it goes also to the director of ICANN for him or her to review it and approve it. Once the directorate approves it, the board approves it, in the resolutions, it provides instructions to the staff of ICANN to implement the new regulation. There's some work that goes through the IRT, Implementation Review Team, which drafts the recommendations in a contract-like language. So for this, there are certain parameters, and there is a timeline, but at the end of the day, once the regulation is approved, it goes in vigor. And the registry or the registrants have to share the regulation newly approved. So this is for generic dominion, right? For the GNSO in its realm of its work is only for generic names of country codes, there is the CCN country code, a name supporting organization, and they have other methods to work and to establish their regulations for the country codes. And these PDPs that become norms for the generics, do they have any impact on the country codes? Like top level domains, they could maybe assume it as best practices. Yes, many country codes take the norms that are developed in a GNSO and assume them as best practices. I think there is a question in the audience. I see a hand raised. Hi, I'm Jennifer Rosales. I represent in a CTL in Ecuador, and super interesting. And my question is, how would this affect the standard? Because we work under the legal frameworks of each country, so we have limitations as such. Would this affect us, or could we adopt certain mechanisms? Could we adopt some of these mechanisms for the CCLDs? Jennifer, thank you. That's a great question. In the, for the PDPs that I just described, checking associated names, the norms is aimed at the registrants. And I have to precise, registrants that are that are certified by ICANN. So if the CCLD uses registrants that are certified by ICANN, probably the registrants, will execute these obligations. Maybe not necessarily by the CCTD, but they will have to check them because they're part of their scope of work. But there is a difference. The CCTD does not necessarily have to comply with a norm, but the registrants that work for the CCTLD, I don't know if the Argentina, for example, AR does not have registrants. Brazil, I don't think they have them either. Oh, do they have them? Oh, okay. Any more questions for Dennis? Hi, Dennis. I'm David from Mexico. I wanted to ask a question specifically that has to do with the limits of technical migration and label protection, for example, for phishing or identity theft. So how would this, can this be extinguished or the, no, could this be considered a DNS technical abuse or an infraction? And yes, both registrants like registries like Verizon, we have to deal with this with the reports that we use. And for the example, there's two things. One is phishing, and other it can be a dispute on intellectual property theft. I'll start with intellectual property, and that is purely contents, copyright rights. The registries or the registrants were not in the position to determine which entity has the copyright rights of that label or that patent. It is basically content, and there are other spheres where that could be determined. It could be in a court or in another organization or other. And we also have other tools like consensus regulations, like URP or ORS, which are impartial entities and specialized in copyrights, and they can decide who has the right for the brand. Or so if we receive a report, it can be labeled as phishing, but if we do not find elements of phishing, one, it has to be one is you are copying the brand, or you are trying to capture sensitive information like passwords, logins, credentials. If it does not fulfill these requisites, it will be referred to another entity who can determine that type of cases. Now, with phishing, I already kind of explained it. When we are analyzing a phishing report, the first thing is what is the domain name, what is the QRL, the URL, I'm sorry, and what brand are they trying to copy. There's so many brands around the world that you don't know them all, but it helps to identify which was the legitimate or the original brand, and what is the phishing at intention or attempt. And second, if they are trying to receive sensitive information like logins, passwords, credit card numbers, etc. So that is the level of phishing that we define in our contract, and that is where we have to act and mitigate in that realm, in that sphere. We have to prove that there was an imitation or an intent of trying to collect sensitive information. I don't know if that answered your question. Hi, Geraldina Chavez from Mexico. I am studying copyrights in terms of domain disputes. And what do you consider, which are the priority areas in which ICANN and WIPO, I think you are a policy formulator. Thank you, Heraldina, for that question. I, I'm going to answer. I'm going to say first that I'm not a specialist in that area of copyrights, but my opinion is that there are two policies right now, and I think that there is some ongoing conversations. They are in the beginning, or they're trying to formulate what is the problem. Is the UDRP or UDRS, which are two regulations that are specific to deal with norms and policies that affect copyrights. I think that's what I can say for now. Again, you can get into the ICANN site and find conversations that are ongoing, that are current, and they're trying to update this process. And tomorrow there is a specific presentation on the domain names disputes. So those specific questions might be answered in that. We'll see it more specifically tomorrow, what has to do with copyrights and brands. And an applause for Dennis, please. Thank you, Dennis, for your support and for speaking in Spanish, because we are all Latin Americans in this room, and we understand better in our own language. I thank Verizon for their support, and we'll maybe meet in Sevilla soon, in Seville. Tomorrow there is I think we're gonna have lawyers specialized in this intellectual property and more intellectual property and domain names disputes. So in ICANN, they have a specialization in certain areas. But if you want to be part of ICANN, I mean, if you want to connect with ICANN, has a weird structure, but they they have two things. One is the fellowships, which are scholarships to participate in their meetings. There are 3 in-person meetings yearly, annually. The next one will be in Seville, in Spain, and the end of the year meeting was going to be in Oman, but because of geopolitical problems, conflicts, it's right in front of the Hormuz Strait, so the site is going to be changed. So we have different Asians. I think the one in March will be in Lisbon. If you're interested, you can apply for the scholarships, and you'll find in the ICANN website, you'll find different work groups and the norms for the generic domains like .com, .net, the ones that do not have to do with the country codes. So that's where they create the norms in these work groups, and then they elevate this to the board, and then they're approved. And then they have the ones that formulate norms for the countries. They have to do with the conditions of each country. And the only condition for a country code is that they have to keep the stability of the domain names. And then there's a government group. For example, the vice minister participates representing Guatemala. For many years, I represented Argentina in this government group. And the chair right now, currently, is from Paraguay, Nicolas Caballero. And this is also a changist, rotates. And there's also vice chairs. And there's a group of the civil society. It's called At Large. Adrian is very active in this group. And it's also by regions. And these meetings are very interesting. If you are interested, you can send me an email. You can go into the ICANN website. There's 2 types of fellowships. One is the common fellowship, and the other is the next gen group, and that's for younger persons, and they have to belong to the region. For example, if the meeting is in Cancun in Mexico, the next gen calls candidates that are close to that area. So once they have been participating for 2 or 3 times with this scholarship, they can get involved in a work group. I am working in the country codes. It's not working because it's volunteer, but I participate in drafting the documents that they produce. And for many years, I represented Argentina, the Government Advisory Committee in behalf of Argentina. The Vice Minister, Raúl Solares, the Vice Minister of Guatemala, Raúl Solares, participate in this group. And in ICANN, you can follow all their meetings online, and they have interpretation in many languages, including Spanish. It's a very interesting meeting. So you can follow them. They always ask for referrals. And I'm asked many times if they can name me as your reference, and that's okay. I can refer. You can use me as a reference. And I already said that we had our speaker from Mexico is hospitalized, so we're gonna go for the coffee break, and we're gonna have Kim Davis. He will be is Ayana. Ayana is very important. It is the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, and it is very linked to ICANN work. So at 4:30, we're gonna have Kim Davis from Ayana. Don't make me chase you in the hallways, please. We're back at 4.
Bueno, la última parte de la tarde, vamos, que ya hemos pasado la mitad del programa, no sé si se han dado cuenta. Estaban preocupados porque en la agenda nos figura el almuerzo de mañana. La idea era que hagan dieta y adelgacen. No, mentira, es un error. Así que quédense tranquilos que vamos a comer. Si el viernes terminamos al mediodía, entiendo que el almuerzo está, y después a la tarde la tenemos libre para conocerse, pasear.
There's a free afternoon. You can stroll through Antigua. Now we have the next talk is by Kim. He's the president of IANA, and he's also the director of PSI. It's a very important part of ICANN. Kim.
Nice to have you here with our fellows on site and online in beautiful city of Antigua, Guatemala. How are you?
Well, thanks. Today.
Thank you very much. It's the first time that we have IANA in the program of activities. Yesterday we had Rodrigo de la Parra and Nicolás Antoniello. They always participate. And the first day we had a very nice welcome message from Curtis Lindquist. I can see you, but I thought it was very important to invite you. I talked also to Marilia to include IANA in the program of activities, as you have a very important role in the coordination of the whole internet. So happy to have you here. Where are you now? In Los Angeles, or where are you? Can you hear me?
I have to apologize. I started hearing the Spanish translation on
Okay.
my audio.
Dice que está escuchando la traducción. No, dice que escucha la traducción en español, ¿puede ser? I'm talking with my technical team. Is it better now, or you still hear the Spanish translation?
Apologies, I'm still learning Spanish.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Now I'm hearing nothing.
Can you hear me now?
I can, but I do not have an option to change the language in my Zoom room.
Okay, let's do the following. Can you just start your presentation? We can hear you well. We have simultaneous translation here.
Okay.
Okay? And we will try to solve the problem, okay?
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. Sorry for the problems. So today, I am going to present to you, which is the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, and I'm going to share the slide deck for you here. I trust that you can see that well.
Yes, we can see it very well.
Internet Assigned Numbers Authority is an important part of the Internet ecosystem that is part of ICANN, a parent organization. And hopefully, over the course of this session, you'll gain a greater understanding of what IANA is, what it does, and the role that it plays. My name is Kim Davies. I'm the Vice President of IANA Services for ICANN. I'm also President of PTI, and I'll explain what PTI is later in this presentation. So what is the IANA? Well, firstly, let's explore what IANA stands for. Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. Essentially, if you want to describe its function in just one sentence, it is the record keeper for unique names and numbers used by the Internet technologies to interoperate. This is an important function that enables the kind of open internet that we enjoy today, where different people in different places around the world as long as they speak the same technical language to one another, are able to successfully communicate in a manner that we've all become accustomed to. The internet itself is renowned as being a network free from any kind of centralized control. But in order for that to work, we all need to speak the same technical language. And part of the same technical language is ensuring that the names and numbers that we use on the internet all work in the same way, no matter where we are in the world. And so IANA's job, in essence, is to be the record keeper for these names and numbers. Now, these functions have been around for quite some time. They predate ICANN. They've been around, really, perhaps not under the IANA name, but as a service, it's been around since the 1970s. But with the growth of the internet in the 1990s, and the fact that the IANA functions were somewhat informal at the time, there was recognition that there needed to be some kind of body to act as some of you might be familiar with. He was the initiator of what is today called IANA. And he worked closely with some of the other internet pioneers that really created today's internet, like Will Cerf and Steve Crocker. So before I go any further, I wanted to illustrate the role of unique names and numbers for you, so you can get a sense of what the kinds of things I'm talking about are. And I think one way of doing that is helpful is to really talk about something that most of us do every day, which is go to a web page. In the context of just doing this simple transaction where we go pull up a web browser, type in an address, and bring up a web page, it really involves a lot of the unique names and numbers that involve IANA. Some of them you can see, and some of them are hidden beneath the surface. But walking through how that transaction works should help you get a better sense of the role that IANA plays. Firstly, let's look at the web address that is at the top of your web browser. This will look very familiar to you. Most web addresses start with a HTTPS, // and then a domain name that points you to the location of the website. So the pattern there is the domain name, probably the most familiar to most people, a unique identifier that represents the organization that operates the website. It's designed to be human readable, it's designed to be memorable, and it's one of the primary ways we communicate on the internet today. There's another piece to that web address that you can see there, which is in orange. This is called a URI scheme. Now, this is a way of communicating in a web address the technical mechanism for retrieving the web page. In this case, it's called Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP. So that's signified by the orange part of this address. Now, when you type in a web address, it needs to go connect to a server, some computer device somewhere in the world that contains the information, contains that web page that you're trying to retrieve. each of the devices on the internet identifies itself by a number, not by a name. And so ultimately, your computer actually needs to connect to a device by a number, and each device has its own number. We call these IP addresses. And so ultimately, underneath that domain name is an IP address that is where the location of that web page is located. Now, there's literally billions of devices on the internet, and it's really impossible to know where every single device is on the internet at any given time. So in order to make identifying the location of devices on the internet easier, they're effectively grouped into neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are called autonomous systems, and they represent a group of devices that are all connected together in one location. So for example, at the conference today, in the hotel or facility, you would be all part of one singular networking neighborhood. Me, in my office today, my office is part of a different neighborhood. And the way that this office connects to the internet is different from the way a hotel might connect to the internet. So each network is assigned a unique number called an autonomous system. It could be an ISP, it could be a company, a data center, a hotel, some kind of grouping like that. Now, devices connected to the internet can do multiple things. They can serve web pages, they could receive video calls, send and receive emails, do file shares. There's all sorts of things that devices can do. It's not limited to just web pages. So how does a device on the internet know that you're connecting to it to retrieve a web page as opposed to connecting to it to send an email? The way it does this is through a different kind of unique identifier called a port number. A port number is a number that is specifically designated for a certain type of communication. Associated with that is another kind of identifier called a service name. Both of these work in relationship to one another so that when you connect to a device on the internet, it knows the kind of communication you want to accomplish. Okay, so we're connected to a web server. We've got this web page coming down. Web pages are comprised of multiple different components. Some of them are images, videos, text, logos, interactive elements. How does your web browser know which parts of the web page are what kind of content? The way it works is that each chunk of content is tagged with a designation called a media type. And the media type then communicates how to decode the information that it's receiving. So for example, an image might be a JPEG file, so it's tagged with image/JPEG, and that allows the web browser to convert that image as needed. Another thing that web pages do is they can communicate back the content in different languages. And the way this works is the web browser expresses its preferences. It says the user of this web browser prefers to see languages like Spanish or English or what have you. And then the server can decide, well, I have a version of this web page in Spanish, so I'll present that to them. Or their second preference is in French. I don't have it in Spanish, but I have it in French, so I'll give it to them in French instead. And to do this, it uses a thing called header fields. Specifically with the language preference, there's a header called accept language. And then adjacent to that is in purple here, something called a language tag that expresses either with a 2-letter code, sometimes with a 5-letter code, what language preference the user has. So why did I give you all these examples just now? If we look at them in order, there's the domain name, that's the human-friendly address of the website, URI scheme, IP address, AS number, the service name, the port number, the media type, the header field, the language tag. And even then, this is really just like 9 examples, and there's many others that go into that one single transaction, which is retrieving a web page. But the one thing that they have in common is that they all were needed to request that web page, but they all needed to have a common global meaning for that retrieving that web page to work. If the domain name meant something different, depending on what network you're on, what we just did wouldn't have worked. If a media type, if JPEG meant music in one instance and images in another, that wouldn't work either. So these all need to have common, well-defined meanings that are technically reliable in order for the internet to work. So coordinating them is critical. And that really speaks to the heart of what the IANA functions are about. It's a global registry of unique names and numbers that are identified for some of these technical purposes. I just mentioned 9 of them, but there are many other kinds of unique identifiers we manage that if they weren't globally coordinated, we just couldn't communicate on the internet in the way that we expect to do today. And that's at the heart of what my team does and the heart of our responsibility. Here's a sampling of some of the identifier types that we manage. There's literally almost 4,000 different identifier types we manage. I just mentioned 9 of them in my example just now. Here on the screen, you can see a few more that you might be familiar with. Some you probably have never heard of before. But this is illustrative of the comprehensive set of identifiers that my team is responsible for and maintains. Now, where did these identifiers get invented? Where are they designed? Well, most of this happens at another organization called the Internet Engineering Task Force, or the IETF. The IETF is the preeminent standards body for the internet. It's where most new technologies that the internet relies on are devised and invented. And as part of that process, the technical standards documents that come out of the IETF specify specific instructions about how IANA needs to administer unique names and numbers associated with the technology. So if you look at one of these standards documents, there is always a section in them called IANA considerations. And in the IANA considerations, you will find instructions for how unique registries are created, what the associated registration policies should be, any initial registrations that go into it, but then ongoing instructions for IANA on how to administer and operate this unique identifier system moving forward into the future. It's worth noting that most of these identifiers are not end-user visible. They're really important to software implementers because they go into software code, but they're not something that you as an end user would register with IANA directly. You download software and the software just works, but the software programmers that wrote the software are the ones that work with IANA on these identifiers that go into the internal communications within the software talking to one another. There's a couple of registration types that we handle where they're very comprehensive and have a very complicated management model. And I've already mentioned them. One is domain names, another is IP addresses, a third is autonomous system numbers. Here, essentially every network operator or every user on the internet likely needs some or all of these. And it wouldn't be practical for everyone who wants a domain name to come directly to IANA. We're not capable of servicing everyone in the world to give them directly a domain name, nor are we capable of giving everyone directly an IP address. So over time, the allocation model has evolved into a hierarchical model where IANA is not responsible in doing direct allocation to everyone individually. Instead, IANA is responsible for maintaining the global address space at the highest level, but they'll delegate responsibility down to individual entities that are responsible for the next level down. To use an example, Guatemala.gt, you can't register a .gt domain with IANA directly. Instead, .gt has been delegated by IANA to an operator in Guatemala, who then administers registry policy and registrations within the country for people who wish to register underneath that domain. Similarly, for IP addresses, you can't register an IP address directly with IANA. Instead, what we do is we've allocated big blocks of IP addresses on a regional basis. For Latin America, it's to LACNIC. LACNIC is a regional internet registry for Latin America and the Caribbean. We've given large blocks of IP addresses to them, and in turn, they allocate them to network operators and others in the region that need IP addresses. There's also some operationally complex registries that we administer, and some of them are very interesting. Some of them require a lot of work. The DNS root zone is probably the most complicated one we do. It requires a lot of work for us every day. And one of the interesting facets of DNS root zone administration is how we administer the cryptographic keys that secure the DNS. To do this, we maintain these specialized secure facilities, and we administer these in a highly specialized way where we have these public key ceremonies every 3 months where security experts can come and witness how we administer the cryptography for the DNS root zone in order for them to assess that the security has been maintained for the DNS and to participate in these ceremonies. But this is one of the key aspects of what we do, is that we're very transparent in how we operate. We have public policies, we have public administration of the services we provide, and wherever possible, we try to involve the public in how we operate our registries. There's some other unusual registries that we administer as well. A couple I'll highlight here is time zone coordination. The way that your device that's connected to the internet automatically knows the time is partly because of data that is administered within IANA that describes what the time zones are in different parts of the world. Similarly, for registering IDNs, the rules around what characters are permitted for what languages and what scripts are documented in IANA registries known as label generation rule sets. And so this is something that IANA administers as well. Just to talk about the time zone database a little bit more, this is a public resource hosted by IANA that contains essentially all the global rules around time zones, what the time zone is, and things like daylight saving transition. So what formula is used to decide when the time zone shifts for those areas that observe daylight saving time. The data that we maintain is not for end user consumption, but it is used again by software implementers, operating systems, calendar applications, things like that, to do those automatic conversions of time zones. It's a de facto world standard based on observing facts on the ground. We don't set policy. We're not the regulator of time zones around the world. Neither we accurately record what time zone policy is in different locations in this database. But it does rely on policymakers giving ample notice to IANA of upcoming changes. So if a jurisdiction decides it wants to change its time zone, we need to find out that information well in advance. So there's an opportunity for us to update our data. But more importantly, that data then needs to be distributed to software all around the world to be updated. Often updates to the time zone policy is rolled into things like operating system updates. So the next time you update your phone or computer with the latest operating system, part of that update will include the latest time zone rules in that update. Now, the work we do is important, and it's important that we do it in an accountable way. And to maintain that accountability, we have all sorts of measures in place. We have service level agreements so that our customers know that we will provide our service in a reasonable amount of time. There's periodical community oversight through a variety of different committees and oversight processes. We have some annual reviews, we have monthly reviews, all sorts of different reviews on how we do the work that we do. If there's ever a problem, we have established escalation procedures so that appeals can be made to rectify the situation if needed. We have third-party audits. So we have a third-party audit company coming every year to review our processes and make sure we're following procedures correctly. And that they provide reports on an annual basis. In fact, we just issued our annual report this week that describes that we've been following our procedures correctly. We survey our customers to get feedback from our customers on what we've done right, what we've done wrong, and what we can improve. And importantly, we publish all this data very transparently and openly on our website so the community can analyze it. We tend to divide the INA functions into three key groups: protocol parameters, number resources, and domain names. We do this because it really reflects the three main accountability models for the work that we do. We have three sort of communities in the global ecosystem that oversee us, and they really self-organize around these three categories. So typically we'll tend to describe INA functions as one of these particular groups. I mentioned PTI at the start of the presentation. PTI is Public Technical Identifiers. It is a not-for-profit that operates the INA functions. It is closely affiliated with ICANN. In fact, I'm in ICANN's offices right now, but it is a legally distinct entity from ICANN. It was established in 2016. We have approximately 20 staff. We're headquartered in Los Angeles, and we also have our own board of directors comprised of some ICANN staff, but also community members as well. We are very closely connected to ICANN. ICANN ultimately is responsible to make sure that the INA functions are delivered successfully, and it's ICANN that contracts PTI to perform the INA functions. ICANN also oversees PTI's performance. It provides PTI with some shared resources, things like legal resources, IT, HR, and finance. Provides all of the funding to PTI to do its job. And it also operates some of those accountability mechanisms I just mentioned, the committees and the reviews that oversee how PTI does its job. So just to wrap up, hopefully you've got a better sense of what the INA functions are. We perform an essential record-keeping function that keeps the internet interoperating. Our job is essentially to make sure those global identifiers have a commonly agreed meaning that everyone can rely upon, that everyone can use successfully to communicate on the internet. For those complex identifier systems I mentioned, we don't manage the whole system, we just manage the highest level of the system, and we rely on other entities to do more direct allocation of those. And we are a part of ICANN, we're an affiliate of ICANN called PTI. Yeah, that's my summary, and I'm very happy to try and answer any questions that you might have.
Oh, thank you, Kim. Can you hear my English now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. The audience were giving you an applause, and thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. I have a first question for you, and how does, we had a very interesting presentation yesterday from Rodrigo de la Parra and Nicolás Antoniello, how ICANN decides about the bottom up, and today Dennis Tan from VeriSign explained how a GNSO PDP is developed. So how, you talked about accountability of the IANA functions, but how does IANA decides, for example, how all the functions that you have been describing, how do you decide? And after you explain, I will translate because we have, so we don't mix the audio.
So our job is fundamentally operational. Our job is just to provide an operationally efficient service. So policy that governs the kinds of work we do is set elsewhere. Like, for example, a policy on what should be allowable as a top-level domain. There are policy bodies inside ICANN, the CCNSO and GNSO.
Okay.
They make those decisions. They set the policy that say, here are the rules for who is allowed to operate a top-level domain. And then once that policy is approved, it is then handed over to IANA for implementation. Our job is not to sort of question the policy. Our job is to convert it into real-world actions, to operate the systems, the processes, so that people can come to us that are eligible under the policy and receive service. So really the focus of my team is just being operationally efficient, creating tools and procedures that allow us to faithfully execute the policy, do it in an accurate manner and an efficient manner. So that's really our focus.
Perfect. I will translate now. I hope it doesn't mix the sound. Lo que dice Kim, lo que yo le pregunté es, él explica que tiene Ayana en relación a los identificadores técnicos únicos. Entonces yo le pregunté cómo deciden esas reglas. Explicó que las reglas las decide ICANN dentro de sus distintos espacios de decisión, que ya fueron explicados hoy por Denis y ayer por Rodrigo y por Nicolás, y una vez que ICANN decide las reglas, ellos las implementan. El rol de ellos es simplemente operacional, es poner en práctica lo que las reglas se han decidido dentro de ICANN. Hay preguntas para Kim, yo las voy a traducir porque tenemos un poco de mixing. ¿Quién? ¿Pregunta? ¿No? ¿Sí? Allá, ok. ¿Me ayudan con un micrófono allá? I will translate the question from Spanish to English. So we have some. ¿Me ayudan con un micrófono, please? Ok. ¿Se puede llevar? Allá hay una pregunta.
Ok, ¿en español?
Sí, yo traduzco.
Ok, listo. Muchas gracias, Kim, por tu excelente presentación. Te saluda Javier More de Perú, Universidad de Lima.
IPv6. And another question I had was, that's all.
Checking the /8 IPv4 assignments for some companies, and he's asking if this IPv4 addresses could be available now, as there is a scarce availability of IPv4, and he's asking if there is a way of avoiding capturing a lot of IPv6 addresses as it happened before with IPv4. I think I captured the idea.
Thank you for the question. So there's been some, firstly, I'll start with, IANA has handed out all the IPv4 addresses we have. So we have 0 left available to allocate to anyone. There are a small number of unassigned IP address allocations still with some regional internet registries, but very little. There has been some analysis done about what it would take to recover some IPv4 addresses that is unused. But last I recall, such analysis has shown even if all the unused space could be fully recovered, which would be very difficult, it would only get you maybe a couple of months worth of demand met. So it would be a lot of work and it wouldn't achieve a lot of success. I think the reality is that IPv6 is the future, and I think most of the effort in the industry is just focused around helping people transition to IPv6 because it is the only long-term solution to the problem. IPv4 only has 4 billion addresses, which is just not enough for the number of devices on the internet today. And that just won't change. IPv6 is designed to support an unfathomable number of addresses and is designed to scale for decades and centuries to come. I think to the question about how do we make sure V6 is appropriately allocated, there are policies in place that mean it should never practically be exhausted. There's just so much address space. I think the numbers are just so large, it's just impractical to think that it would be exhausted. But it is monitored to make sure that the policies are reasonable to make sure that that is true.
Thank you, Kim. I will translate into Spanish. IPv4 no tienen más, tienen unas poquitas solamente de referencia. Y sobre IPv6 es el estándar actual, es el que hay que usar. Y según lo que explica, y yo creo que está totalmente correcto, la cantidad de IPv6 que hay no debería ser un problema en cuanto a la disponibilidad, y hay políticas de asignación diseñadas por los distintos readers para distribución de IPv6. ¿Más preguntas para Kim? Ok, Kim, thank you very much. Aplauso para Kim. Thank you. Thank you. And see you next week in Seville. Will you be there?
Until then.
Okay, bye. Ciao, ciao. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ok, sufrimos un poco con el idioma. Habrá que resolver.
Very well, we had issues and we're going to have to solve them for today and tomorrow. We ended earlier. I'm going to give you back 1 hour. Are there any more questions? Who's raising their hand? Congratulations. Like, yay. I'm going to give you back 1 hour of happiness. If not, you can work. I'll bring someone up to talk. Okay, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Be happy. And we'll see you tomorrow at 9 with a very interesting presentation about artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence. Then we have, I don't remember all. But we have a very interesting day. See you tomorrow. Bye.